reports and
Good. How are you doing?
Lisa Maris chair.
Look at you.
Oh, so far, goodness.
We used to have an in-house auditor.
Mr. Karen Fine, I guess.
I don't need to be an external.
I just remember the rest.
Yeah.
So much.
Yeah.
Right?
So
If they had to
we have that. They also created an audit committee. So that committee.
Never mind.
Next one, maybe I changed it. I know.
All right, they introduced Shane and Regents.
Yeah.
We mailed, that's why I know.
Log in with that.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Glad to have you here.
Then.
Thanks. Yeah, hour and a half.
Set them on fire.
Oh, yeah, right.
Ready.
Doing okay?
Just barely.
About him.
Okay, yeah. I know it.
Karen's walking in, so.
You can just grab the same link. Same link and it'll just have to record it.
Don't do it. Okay, you don't need to say it. Crazy.
He's been, what about art?
I'm just kind of spouting everywhere.
Okay. Okay, so those are only two. Okay.
Answers right there.
Names. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll talk to you from the podium.
Okay.
Thank you, though. Well, I was going for it. I will need to find out. Yeah, it's kind of navigating. Good morning, how are you? I was just telling you. I was thinking.
The dinner last night.
Check the market.
They had the first.
Ready to go.
There you go. Miguel?
Right, that right your way.
No, I would come.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You guys get? Cut me off.
Like a board member or anything.
Thanks.
So, program, I don't, not very lucky.
Okay, I'd like to get started here. It's 9:03. My watch gets 9:03. Clock behind us. I'd like to welcome you all for the meeting and get started off. I'd like for Syrian call the roll for meetings today. The community technical college system.
Chair Martin.
Here.
Vice Chair Hamilton.
Here.
Secretary Witten. Here. Regent Cox is not present. Regent Finan.
Here.
Regent Miller.
Here.
Regent Green. Here. Regent Herding.
Here.
Regent Hodges. Here. Regent Jackson. Here. Regent Alexandra Martin. Here. Regent McGraw was not able to attend. Regent Rabinowitz. Here. And Regent Stevens. Here. All but 2 members are present. We do have a quorum. We may proceed.
Thank you. The press was notified meeting on March 7th, 2024. And we have a new sound system. I'd like to review the different. Have a side conversation. Somebody's probably going to be good. So let's pretend that Big Brother is listening. So please be careful with your conversations. That's why we have these. It's hard for me to get used to not speaking in the mic. We have an open comment period, and nobody has.
No, I've not been contacted.
So we will answer that. Approval of the December 7th and 8th, 23 meeting minutes. They've been distributed. With any corrections? Okay. Motion to approve.
I moved.
Made by Whit. Second. Second by Regent Jackson.
We may conduct this vote by consensus. If all in favor of passing motions as written, please raise your hand and we will see. It appears that all regents are in favor. The motion passes.
Chair report. I want to start off with saying, over the course of the 74 days, make sure that about every day how many days he's got him in the belt. So he's counting, and I think he's cherishing every day. So I had the pleasure of attending a lot of the meetings with him, and recently yesterday, the day before, and so far in 2024, it's been an exciting year. We'll soon go on January 1st. I got to fortunate enough to be in Frankfurt today, and we brought the president's leadership team together, met with them, and met with the legislature. And I think the team is very, very engaged with the legislature. Also had the pleasure of going to the Kentucky Chamber dinner. We went and watched the Healthcare Heroes event. Nice event. He's hit the ground running, and very pleased to say that I see a lot of it. This time, I'll let him start with his president's report. Here.
Thank you, Chairman and Regents. Glad to be here. Yeah, today is day 74, March 14th. So happy Pi Day to everybody out there. First off, I just want to say how thrilled and excited I am to serve as your next president. This is really an honor of lifetime, and you all know my background, really inspired by my mother, who spent 30 years in the classroom. So I feel like I'm right where I need to be at, and we've hit the ground running. And before we get started, the president's report, I just want to say a sincere thank you to you all for your service in this capacity. I've served on many boards, sat in your seats. I know it takes up a lot of time. We're all busy people, but thank you for believing in this system. I also want to say a special thank you to our presidents who every day who are there on the ground, implementing the policy, fixing issues, and making sure that the trains run on time. I really want to say a special thanks to Dr. Larry Ferguson for his tenure as interim president as well. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank you for your all's advice over the past 70 plus days. So thank you. I also want to say thank you to members of our staff, our cabinet, not just here at the system office, but across the state. As you're going to hear just in a few moments, I've had a chance to get out and visit quite a bit, and I really feel like we have a team effort, and people are not shy to share their opinions with me, which is a good thing. So I just want to say a special thank you, especially those serving in our cabinet here at the system office. So let's get started. Today, let's have a brief presentation. Happy to take questions as we go, or if you want to ask questions after I conclude, feel free. We have a couple handouts. And Shannon, if you don't mind, we'll pass out our brief report, which you can find in this small booklet. But the big four, as you can see, have been working in Frankfurt, building relationships, being present here at the system office, then commencing our college tours. So I started January 1st. The General Assembly started January 2nd. So there wasn't much time for a breather. We were there on day one. We're down there multiple days a week. The Senate dropped their version of the budget just yesterday, so we're happy to share the latest on that. We're still analyzing that, may not be able to answer every question with the budgetary process. We're happy to report that our team has met with or talked to over 100 members of the Kentucky General Assembly since starting on January 1st. Many of those meetings are in person, in their office, or more likely late night phone calls as well. Which sometimes are very, very effective. Beyond legislation, we've been meeting with counterparts across Frankfurt, meeting with the Cabinet for Economic Development on a regular basis, other cabinet secretaries and leaders as well. Dr. Aaron Thompson and I are meeting every other week in person, just as my onboarding continues to progress. We're keeping close relationship with our counterparts. I've also started meeting with other university presidents as well to review our transfer and partnership agreements. On relationship building, a lot of people have reached out, and we've had somewhat of a welcoming committee that at some point we've had to say, I'm here, thank you, but we've got to get back to work. But a lot of people are reaching out, and that's a good thing, is that we're bringing thousands of contacts to KCTCS that may not have had a previous relationship with this organization. And I hope, whether it's on the fundraising side, partnership side, to bring that network across Kentucky and across the United States to help us out as well. When it comes to the system office presence, I think it's important to be here. I feel like I'm a rudder on a big ship. And so we got to make sure we're moving in the right direction. It's going to take a little bit of time. We started off a quarterly forum with system office employees. We had one in January. We're planning another one coming up in April. And I think the not so secret guest speaker, we hope, is Governor Paul Patton to come in and help inspire 25 years after House Bill 1. I think that he'll enjoy that experience, and we'll enjoy hearing from him as well. We're committed to making KCTCS a great place to work and a great work environment as well. And so we have a lot of updates to share with you today. But first off, we have some new additions to our team. First off, I want to thank our cabinet and our support staff here at the system office. But number one, we have Dr. Tony Newberry. If you've not met him yet, he's no stranger to KCTCS. Served as a president twice before, actually did a stint right here in the KCTCS office as well. He's serving as a senior advisor in a short-term capacity. I just want to say special thanks to him for giving me some veteran eyes on what's going on in this office. Melissa Eaton couldn't be here this morning. Her daughter has an appointment, but a lot of you all know her. Please say thank you, because she helps control my schedule. We have Derek Ramsey. Secretary Ramsey has joined our team as well. He's done 2 stints in Frankfurt, serving in 2 different secretarial capacities. And he's heading up strategic partnerships with us and working with Jesse Shook as well. And specifically, he's working on veterans programs. I think we can do a better job. He's been out and about meeting individually with our college presidents, but also evaluating our second chance employment opportunities as well. And he has a big interest and passion in that. Jessie, if you don't mind, just keep her in your prayers. Her father passed away last week, and she's been a little bit under the weather as well. She can join us virtually today if you have any questions. We also like to say welcome to Shannon Rickett, who's our board liaison, and also is going to be very helpful with finding pots of money for us in Frankfurt, but also Washington, D.C. She has a federal background, Most recently came from the University of Louisville as well. And specifically, she's heading up as a leader with our automotive caucus. We're going to start working specifically with large industry-specific caucuses with colleges where it's more relevant. She's also going to be helpful with House Bill 200 and House Bill 9. We hope that it's funded well. So she's going to be very helpful with that as well. Also want to say thank you to Buddy Combs for serving in your capacity. I've asked him to stay for another 10 years if you could. But we're very appreciative of your leadership. And of course, Dr. Renee Wagner serving as interim chancellor / provost. She's doing a wonderful job, heavy lifts, and we really appreciate that. Chris Howe, I want to say thank you for what you do and your team does. When I'm out on my college visits, lots of compliments. And we're all going to celebrate some celebrations later that revolve around TS. And of course, Bridget serving as interim HR director as well. So you may have some questions. We have a few interims right now at KCTCS. So just a quick update on that. And if I misspeak, Bridget, feel free to correct me. Number one is that we have selected a vice president for communications and marketing. Blair Hess will be joining us, most recently coming from the council and state governments. But she also worked for Kentucky State University in communications as well. So she has both a hybrid government and higher education background as well. And so she'll be joining us, I believe, on April 1st. We also are currently at the finalist stage for VP for HR. We have 3 finalists. Those interviews will be next week. We also have whittled down finalists for our CFO position. Again, those interviews will be next week as well. And we announced last week during the joint session with Dr. Newberry's help, the announcement of a provost model for KCTCS. So we are actually this week starting the national search for a provost and vice president for student success and academic affairs. And you may ask yourself, well, why do we go with a provost model? Well, it puts us in alignment with the same sort of title and position as every other public institution in Kentucky. So when we talk to UK and UVL, EKU, it puts us in the same sort of discussion, especially with CPE level meetings with the provost. Secondly, a lot of community college systems across the country have moved to a provost model as well. So we're excited. We hope to have a call for applications published this week. In end of April, we hope to have our applicants reach out to AGB so we can start the search process as well. We also, as you know, will have 2 upcoming interim presidents to be selected, one at Southeast. And first off, I want to say thank you to Dr. Linden for doing double duty as serving interim right now at Southeast in addition to your duties at Hazard. And Dr. Rules informed us that he'll be moving on after this spring semester. So thank you for your service to the system. And so since we have 2 interim presidents, we actually have announced on Monday that we want to help grow internal talent. And so we actually have an application process open right now, system-wide, for KCTCS employees who may have interest in serving as an interim president. And we want to make sure that we help lift us up from within. So right now, if you know somebody that might be interested, or if you're watching virtually right now, please let us know through the SharePoint link if you're interested. And then finally, college tours. I actually have a slide about this later on, so we'll move on. I'm excited to get around the state. I feel like we're a rock band hitting a different town every week. Last night I was in Hazard. Tomorrow I'll be at Jefferson, Big Sandy on Monday. We've also hit Owensboro and Madisonville as well. After 70+ days on the job, it's time for us to be proactive and stop being reactive. Those are very different types of mentalities when you're leading an organization. If you spend all your time reacting to what needs to get done that day, reacting to the latest headline, reacting to the latest problem that enters the system, you lose your compass, you lose your true north. And there's a lot of issues that we have to deal with. And we're going to talk about some of those today. But it's so important for us to look forward, stop being reactive, and being proactive. This means that we must embrace who we are as a system. We must embrace our statutorily defined sandbox, according to House Bill 1, that we should own the community college space, the vocational and technical and transfer component, and have a special tool in the toolbox for workforce development. We must realize the situation we're in as well. As you all know, there's been a lot of internal issues at KCTCS, a lot of them right here. We must embrace those situations, create an action plan, and be proactive about it. And finally, we must plot our own course, because if we don't do it, somebody else will do it for us. And I'm a big believer in preventative medicine. You're better off taking care of yourself until you're told what you have to do. My vision for KCTCS, and some of you have heard me say this recently in speeches, is that we are already the most impactful higher education entity in Kentucky. And we should celebrate that, and we should keep repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. And that my goal is that we should be in the same sentence as UK and U of L and Western and Bellarmine and University of Cumberland when it comes to our impact to Kentucky. We have a special mission. Let's embrace that. We also, as you know, must continue to have our core values of affordability, accessibility, and focus more on workforce development. I know that that's a goal for this Board of Regents. It's a goal from the governor's office. It's a goal from our General Assembly as well. I also like to remind folks, especially those that may have zero exposure or experience with community college, that we are the starting point for an untold number of Kentuckians who want to start that 4-year baccalaureate degree and go on to become an engineer, to go on to be a surgeon or a lawyer. Is that we are the starting point for so many Kentuckians, because we're affordable, because you don't have to move to another city. And the Kentucky I know highly values that as well. And then there's the vocational technical programs. On these college tours, one of the most favorite things I've gotten to do is meet students that are nearing graduation. They have a job already lined up. They're making more money than I did when I graduated law school. And they're having fun. They're changing lives. And so if you've noticed, we've had some adjustments to our social media. If you're following us on Facebook or Twitter, that we are highlighting the programs that we currently offer, the demand, and when we can, the respective starting salaries as well. So that's one way that we get over the stigma that sometimes it's attached, is that when I go and see people I graduated high school with that went to then LCC and BCTC, and they have zero student loan debt, they own their house, they have a bass boat out front, life's good. Those are the stories that we need to be more active about, promoting the positive things that are already happening here at KCTCS. Now, we have external threats that don't just face our system, but higher education as a whole. Some of you have heard me talk about this before, but a lot of Americans are openly questioning the value of going to college. That should not be our narrative. We've heard this. Why should I go spend 4 or more years to get a degree that may not align with the job I'm seeking? And then you have crushing student loan debt. At KCTCS, that's not our story. And that's what we're going to be pushing out through our marketing plan and social media. Give us 2 years or less. Give us 5 weeks, you can have a CDL license. Great starting pay. Chances are you're not paying full sticker price, and we have resources available for you as well. We also have the impending enrollment cliff, which I'm still learning a little bit more about, but that's going to affect everybody. But the best way for KCTCS to insulate ourselves from the enrollment cliff is to highlight our relevancy in the programs that we have and focus on jobs of the future and make sure that our programs are aligning with what job openings occur right now, or ones that we know are going to open up in the state of Kentucky as well. And of course, we need to focus on community. And that's something that's really special. That when I talk about higher education, is that community is in the term community college for a reason. Is that we have that town and gown presence. We should never take that for granted, and we should celebrate that as well. So the bottom line on the difference of being proactive versus reactive is that we don't need to let ourselves be the obstacles. We need to remove our internal barriers, get on the same page, fix and move on, don't point fingers. And we need to make sure that when we do this, we may be rewarded. We may be rewarded from the legislature as well. So initiatives and partnerships. Here are just a few things. And again, you can look at this in the handout that was just provided to you. Is that first off, we have initiative fatigue across KCTCS right now. We have so much going on. We've been pulled in so many different directions. And so we need to make sure that we pick out the most important and relevant of those initiatives and focus on those. Secondly, we've started exercises with PLT, and we'll do it again next week, to have a holistic review of the system and the college level and what that appropriate relationship should be. Next, I've been meeting with the peer groups, and thank you, Dr. Wagner, for getting me in front of almost all of them. I think we have one more to go, to hear from those operators at the college level directly, and I continue to want to meet with them in person as well and gather their input. We've also had some other initiatives that we've started. Again, I mentioned social media reset. We want to make sure that we highlight employer, faculty, staff, and student success. So I'm actively asking for people to send me success stories so we can highlight that statewide. We're also looking at developing regional recruitment events. We went to the farm show as a group. We're going to be at the state fair as a group, 600,000 people. So we're working with our college recruiters and developing a schedule for regional recruitment in areas that we may not have had a presence in. I'll tell you one that's coming up in Shelby County. There'll be at least 2,000 high school students, I should say, going to the Shelby County Fairgrounds for a skills competition, welding. They get to drive a backhoe, a lot of the fun things that I wish existed when I was in high school. And so we're going to be there actively recruiting as a group. We've also started a conversation about mental health in higher education. We partnered with the JED Foundation as well as CPE. There's been an email sent out system-wide, currently seeking data. We recently had a rally for higher education, which our student regents, I believe, were there, and they helped pass a resolution that focused on mental health awareness in higher education, which is a serious issue. 1/2 of our students are self-reporting anxiety. 1/3 of our students are self-reporting depression right now. And as you all know, we need to have a focus on wraparound services to make sure that we're not just getting a degree or certificate in hand, but we're actually taking care of the well-being of our students as well. We've also started initiatives with Washington, D.C. outreach, and we plan on joining Chris Lamond, our federal liaison. And we plan on doing a couple of D.C. fly-ins, focused with PLT. And if you'd like to go with us as well, let us know. We'll let you know when we're going up there. And that's involved to another discussion, our grant writing outfits. We have grant writers at every single college. We have grant writers here. But sometimes we have better success when we apply as a region instead as individual colleges. And another discussion we're having right now is applying with other institutions, the four-year institutions, and perhaps we could be a sub-awardee as well. There's a lot of money in Washington, D.C. It's my view that if we can bring resources back to Kentucky in different buckets, that's our objective. And so that's a new initiative that we're starting right now. We're also raising money for our food banks. We have 14 pantries across our KCTCS community. And we started a FAFSA rapid response team. As you all know, you may have heard in the news that we're still waiting on data. We're still waiting so we can award our students financial aid packages. Every institution in the United States is dealing with this. We started an internal rapid response team so we can maintain contacts with prospective recruits along this process so that we have points of contact, which hopefully will lead to them choosing us when that financial aid package is awarded. And finally, I love to raise money. And so I've talked to our presidents. They all have foundation boards. We have a foundation board here that if I could be helpful raising money for foundations, we've actually starting conversations with some folks that have zero background or connection with KCTCS that we're meeting with individually right now to bring them in as a partner. I'm looking forward to that. Moving on to partnerships. KCTCS is in the partnership building business. We have identified, Dr. Wagner identified over 70 plus existing partnerships that exist already, ranging from transfer agreements to reciprocity agreements. We have contact with over 2,000 companies, 50 plus as education first employers. We are starting to review all the partnership agreements that we have, and this will take most of 2024. I want to make sure that I sit down with the heads of all the other universities to review our transfer agreements. Just last week, sat down with the University of Kentucky, and we don't have a formal transfer agreement with them. We're going to develop one. NKU has one. Others have it. So let's make sure that we have a transfer agreement with both our publics and our private institutions as well. I know that Dr. Castle had one with University of Cumberland's recently. That's all great progress. We're also going to look at partnerships with workforce and our businesses and our employers as well. We've already had outreach from the Kentucky Association of Manufacturers. The Kentucky State Police have reached out to me wanting to review our partnership with them. The Kentucky Chamber, and this is an area where Secretary Ramsey's going to be helping us out a lot with strategic partnerships. Also need to inform you, pursuant to my contract, that I have officially joined a couple boards. We've joined the Goodwill Board of Kentucky, God Pantries Food Bank as well. So please let this serve as adequate notice. Okay, moving on. The internal reset. Right now, I'm focusing on fixing things and developing triage here at the office. Number one, obviously, is responding to the state audit from last year. Of the 7 findings, I believe we've already have corrected 3 of those. You're going to be taking action on a couple of items today that's going to put us in compliance so we can have that commitment towards transparency and fixing everything that we know that was addressed in the public audit. Secondly, we're starting the forensic audit as well, which we hope will be concluded by October. This is our opportunity for one last review. Anything that needs to be addressed, let's do it now. Put a timestamp on it. Don't spend time pointing fingers, and just get it fixed. It's going to overlap with Senate Joint Resolution 179, which we'll talk about in just one moment. Here at the system office, we've started our back to the office policy. 3 days in, 2 remote days. We've actually learned that we need to go back and train our supervisors about how to adequately manage employees that are on remote work. It's something that we discovered may not have happened in the past. We have a beautiful building that you all have been here many a times. Let's utilize this building, and we're going to have fun doing it. We're also going to start a reorganization process of the system office. But before you reorg an organization, you need to know what the purpose is. So again, working with PLT, we're going through these exercises about what should be a system office responsibility, what should be a solely college office responsibility, and where should that shared governance exist. Only then, only after we discover what our purpose is, can we do an adequate reorg. And so that's going to happen over the summer as well, once we discover our core missions. We've also started developing evaluations for members of PLT, evaluations for the cabinet as well. At last count, I have 25 direct reports. How do you manage 25 direct reports? Jack Welsh said that you should have about 8 direct reports in the corporate setting. So that's something we need to think about. How do you adequately manage such a large organization? Of course, we have progress on the Heron report. We'll hear a little bit more about that today. And if you noticed yesterday, in yesterday's Senate budget, it directly references the Heron report in the budget bill. So we have a lot of work to do internally. I visited 3 colleges so far, more to go. I'm excited. I want to say thank you to the presidents who've hosted me and had the opportunity to meet with their faculty and staff. We're meeting with members of their senior leadership as well in private discussions. Also getting to meet our students, which is a lot of fun. And we're also having community forums as well. I hope to conclude the 17 visits, including the Kentucky Fire Commission, by graduation. That might be a little ambitious, but we need to focus on Frankfurt right now, but hope we get it done. It's really important for me to get out and about to understand and hear directly from our faculty, staff, and students. I want to say thank you to our Board of Regent members who've been at these meetings as well. And if you want to know our additional schedule, we'll email that out to you later today. And speaking of college visits, I know the chair wants to get out among the state. And so we'll have an announcement later today about where our meeting sites will be for 2024 and 2025 as well. Okay, nearing the conclusion here, a legislative update. We can get into this greater discussion. I know Hannah's here representing our government relations. If you have any specific issues on legislation, We are almost done with our 3 regional advocacy days, in addition to meeting at the Capitol and our team. We have one more next week, and these have been successful. We're bringing in our presidents to have more of a regional, personal touch with our legislators. Obviously, we have a budget process, which is about to go into conference and almost certainly transition into free conference committee afterwards. And we're going to be developing a one-pager for our final ask going in for the next biennium. We have legislation on DEI, post-tenure reform bills. There's multiple workforce bills, some of which I believe are going to be heard today. We have a bill that has to do with early childhood education, where KCTCS will be playing a major role in that. We already do. Dual credit, etc. But one of the ones, if you don't mind passing out the resolution, but one of the most impactful pieces of legislation that we're going to have to deal with as a board has to do with Senate Joint Resolution 179. This is a resolution that is being sponsored by President Robert Stivers. In fact, it'll be heard today in Senate Education. This resolution, which is being passed out right now, incorporates our ability and opportunity to set our own path. It's asking us to evaluate KCTCS on 11 specific points, which you can see on page 2 of the resolution. This allows us to answer those hard questions that haven't gone away. This allows us to set a path forward and report back by December 1st to the Kentucky General Assembly for action that will almost certainly happen the first week of session in 2025. I think it's more prudent for us to get through the budget session with a commitment that we're going to do some self-evaluation. And instead of addressing 1 or 2 issues this session, let's come back with a comprehensive package, 25 years in the making for the future of KCTCS. So just very quickly, as you can read along, they want us to evaluate our academic programming, which is already going on with the Heron report. A lot of progress on that already. They want us to develop a comprehensive statewide workforce plan. A lot of that's already happening right now, workforce solutions. Evaluate our geographic footprint and possible consolidation and mergers. They also want us to evaluate and study and determine college level accreditation versus single accreditation. And that's an issue that's been going on for years. And so this is our chance to evaluate this, get down at the data level, policy level, determine what's best for Kentucky. And just quickly going forward here, government's reform, an evaluation of our budgeting model to see whether or not the complexity of our budget is adequate or if it needs to have changes. That's something that the public state auditor referenced last year in the public audit, was confusion among our budgeting model. Tuition rates and affordability, the personnel systems for KCTCS, effectiveness and affordability of dual credit offerings, and of course, transferability of associate's degrees and going on to 4-year colleges, something we hear a lot anecdotally around the state. And then the last one is somewhat of a catch-all, anything that's outdated or antiquated in Kentucky law that needs to be fixed or updated. So in conclusion of today's president's report, I love this phrase. Just because we've always done it that way doesn't mean we have to keep doing it that way. We've already identified areas of improvements, efficiencies. It's important that we as a board, that we as an organization are open to change. And this is a chance for you all to spend this year, the calendar year of 2024, thinking about the same discussion that they had back in 1997 when they merged us together and created this wonderful community college system, about what the next 25 years will look like. So I'm calling from input. I'm calling from input from you, from PLT, our peer groups, our faculty and staff, anybody in our family as we move forward, because this will be a summer of reset and a summer of renewal across KCTCS. We have some big lifts ahead of us. Senate Joint Resolution 179. We have the Heron report, Ernst & Young. We have comp and class, which we're going to be talking about today. But it's important that we maintain our values as a system while we're having these discussions. So in conclusion, it's got a couple of announcements here. April is Community College Month, and so we're going to be very active with the media. We're going to be going around the state promoting our community colleges, which will overlap, hopefully, if the FAFSA gets done, results with getting students in the door and signed up as well. We're going to have signing day And I would invite you to come to your local college to be there. You know, we celebrate when athletes sign on to a major sports team or college. We're going to do the same thing with our students when they get a guaranteed job with our employers. In a couple of weeks, many of you will be joining us in Boston for a conference that has to do with board governance. It's going to be very important for us going into this big summer of reset. We're going to have a few DC advocacy days. I'll be sure to let you know about those as well. And I also want to say we have some celebrations as well. I'm not a technology guy, but I heard that this little merger with PeopleSoft went pretty well, right? So I want to say thank you to Chris Howe and his team for doing a great job with the merger just a few weeks ago. So congratulations. We also want to say that just this week, the National Association of Women Business Owners named KCTCS as Corporate Partner of the Year statewide. We were there at a luncheon earlier this week. It's great. We've been there since 2016. And so we as a team, not me, we as a team celebrated that success. We also want to celebrate the fact that enrollment is up and also that our economic activity was documented in a recent Lightcast report that KCTCS is responsible for $3.9 billion economic activity across our state. We're responsible for 1 in 49 jobs. And in some areas, it's even higher than that across Kentucky. And so it's time for us to say, let's take a victory lap. Embrace what we've done already. And I also want to say that Dr. Phil Neal is a finalist for CEO of the Year nationally. So congratulations to you. So, Mr. Chairman, in conclusion of the President's report, I again want to say thank you to our PLT, our cabinet, our staff, which have helped have a wonderful transition 70-some days in. We have a great team. I'm very optimistic. I'm here to listen and learn and then develop an action plan and implement. So I look forward to this opportunity with you. At this point, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the floor?
All right, thank you.
I was asked to speak loudly, louder. Sorry, but sometimes I'm told I'm low key, and I can't really believe it. Really appreciate your visit to Hazard. You spent a day and a half there. And to drive back home last night, so really appreciate it. It's really nice to be there. We tell you a lot. Good dude. Stay up front. We got to stay on task. We're trying to get everything in one day. So I think everybody's got their information in time to review. I also want to remind everybody that our policy and planning committee, that is a place for us to ask questions and bring issues. So the cabinet can be working on those issues before the board meets. So let's make sure that we use that wisely, so we can be more efficient and effective at board. So this time I'll ask KCTCS Vice President Wagner to introduce and present the next agenda item, and that is increased learner success. Action gratifying or
Good morning. I would like to recommend that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the awarding of KCTCS college candidates for degrees and diplomas, and also to ratify certificates as presented in the booklet that you have electronically. This time frame is from October 2nd, 2023 to March 14th, 2024. With credentials to be awarded to these candidates upon certification that the requirements have been satisfactorily completed. Chair Martin.
questions in regards to this?
There are a total of 11,089 certificates, diplomas, and degrees that you would be awarding.
Discussion?
Move.
Second. Second by, Regent. time calling everybody Regents. First name, sorry. So any further discussion?
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Helm,
Yes.
Secretary Whit,
Yes, and congratulations.
Regent Finan. Yes. Regent Gertler.
Aye.
Regent Green.
Yes.
Regent Herding.
Yes.
Regent Hodges.
Yes.
Regent Jackson. Regent Martin. Regent Benowitz.
Yeah.
Regent Stevens.
Yes.
So in keeping with our most important task, which is our students, I declare that this is a unanimous vote. The motion carries, and hooray to our students.
I will provide just a few additional updates. Dr. Quarles mentioned how enrollment is up. It is actually, as of March 8th, and has increased by 8.2% from this time last year. So really excited about that. We have had in our program review process, we have approved 19 degrees, diplomas, or certificates, and we have suspended 79. On our work with artificial intelligence, we are in the process, our steering committee, of creating a guidance document that's going to be focused on AI detection technology, as well as the appropriate usage of AI amongst our faculty staff. There will be a draft available at our March meeting that we will be sharing. In terms of the KCTCS online learning assessment, we have until the end of this term to have 100% completion, and we are on target for that. We'll give you a full report in June. And the last item on our academic programming optimization work, Huron recommended 16 different opportunities. We had a lot of discussion, and we determined that it was going to be best to move forward utilizing a project-based model. So we are working with 3 different projects. The first one is a program portfolio process improvement, and we have a meeting with CPE later this month. We're also looking at modality trends and doing an assessment in that area, our online, hybrid, and in-person. And we also are going to be completing a course sharing pilot. So that is how we have developed 3 different teams to work on these different projects, and that is how we plan to move forward.
Ragnar, where does the membership of those teams come from?
The membership came from the CAOs and the system office at this time, and we have provided an initial report to Faculty Senate Council. We were asked about how we chose those different ones. We talked to them about bandwidth, but we also told them they were more interested in looking at the faculty compensation. And we talked to them about some of the work that we chose will impact that conversation. So that's another reason why we waited.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
79, you mentioned that word suspension. Can you just clarify for me, is that suspension as in they can later be revisited, or is that closure?
No, they can later be revisited. Mm-hmm. You're welcome. Any other questions?
Comment, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, we do have students that pass away during studies. Sometimes they're not able to say that they completed that degree. And so if it's okay with you, we're going to review what other universities do in this situation, so we can still honor those students close to graduation or right there. Come back at the June board meeting so that we can honor those folks.
Great idea.
Thank
Any
you,
other
Chair.
questions for Dr. White?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Next agenda item is increased organization success. We'll have the update on the Heron project, and I'll ask Kim Duncan at this agenda item.
All right, and I'm going to sit right here for this portion of it, because this Huron project has been truly the epitome of it takes a village. As executive sponsor, I have tried to identify individuals who can really move this work forward and to be able to get KCTCS where we need to be. And two of those most important people, as you know, you identified 12 priorities out of the Heron project. And one of those was to create a project management office. And that project management office, while there was a recommendation from Huron of about 8 individuals, we are trying to be lean and mean as far as that goes. And under the guidance of Dr. Sarah Ballard, we are achieving that leanness, at least, and leanness. We have one more position to fill, and we are going to hold it steady at 4 individuals until we identify more resources for that. I am going to turn it over to 2 team members, and that would be Dr. Sarah Ballard and also acting VP of HR, Bridget Cantor. And they will both be going over various work streams and various phases of the project. You recall we had the first phase, which was the resource optimization phase, and that's where the 12 priorities out of 46, 47 identified opportunities came to be. And then we also had, along with that, the compensation and equity study. And that is ongoing. And I will have to say kudos, many kudos to Bridget Cantor, who has really identified a team and moved forward with a very complex set of stages and steps that had to be done to get over 4,000 employees mapped and banded based on the salary schedules that you approved in December. We are not completely there yet, but we are getting there, and we feel like it's an exciting opportunity for us. With this time, I'd like to hand it to Dr. Ballard, and she will go over the first part of the priorities.
Thank you, Pam. Good morning, everyone. In the theme of keeping things lean and mean, I'm going to do just a high-level brief update on the 12 priorities like Pam mentioned. I do just want to recognize a couple of things first. I am here on behalf of the work streams and the projects who are executing this work. So to Regent Witten, to your point, there are a lot of folks who are either championing the work, they are serving as project leads, or they are on the project teams. We have folks from across the 16 colleges, from the system office, and we are always looking for ways as projects continue to evolve and to emerge to involve more and more of our colleagues across the system into this work. So I do just want to say that I am not the expert on all of these projects, but I am here on behalf of them to provide this briefing to you today. I want to make sure that all of my technology is working. So let me see. Keith, I just need to click and it'll go. Oh, you did it. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So first, I want to start with the resource and program optimization. I'm going to go through these work stream by work stream and just give you a high-level kind of summary of what's been completed, what they're working on next. So the first one is space utilization. That's a work stream that's championed by Betty Combs. Our project lead is Andy Caspier, and they are working on those first 3 priorities: capital construction projects, substandard space utilization, and external lease agreements. For the capital construction projects, they have reviewed and reviewed and reviewed the Capital Construction Procedures Manual, and they have developed the KCTCS Capital Project Management Processes and Procedures Manual. They have created a staffing structure, and they are currently working with HR to determine the costing for that structure. Right now, they are preparing for a possible implementation when they get the final approval to move forward. For the substandard space utilization and the external lease agreements, again, they have worked through the enormous amount of processes, procedures, and policies to create a more standard process and procedures for space utilization and for external lease management and review. They are also continuing to work very, very closely with the colleges to review external lease agreements. and they are coordinating with the data strategy work stream on better data management to make informed decisions about how they are utilizing space at the system level and at the college level. Dr. Wagner provided a brief overview of the academic programming optimization work. She is, of course, serving as the champion. Dr. James McCaslin is serving as the project lead. You heard about the 3 projects that have emerged out of the work that they have been doing with the chief academic affairs officers. But the other phase of work for the academic programming optimization is as a result of a detailed portfolio program review process that the colleges underwent last year. We have Heron, who our friends are still here on the call. They are engaged in this work with us through April the 5th, and they are continuing to support this work as those programs are continued to be reviewed for possible optimization. That is the second strand of work for academic programming optimization. I'm going to pause there and see if there's any questions before I move forward.
I have a question.
Okay,
But
Regent.
it goes back to space utilization. So can we start getting reports on that, kind of like the update and progress of how that's going, as opposed to just hearing about it like a year later? You know what I mean?
Absolutely, like a regular cadence of reports.
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. You are welcome.
And I will interject here that one of the newest members of the project management office is actually assigned to communications. And so Dr. Ballard and the other team members have been working to develop communication cadence.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And I will say the progress reports go to the PLT every 2 weeks. We send just a high-level update so we can easily fold in a progress report, and it includes all of the different work streams. So it's not just space utilization. So we'll make sure. Absolutely. Sure. I'm just making a note to myself to follow up on that. All right. So we will go to the next slide. Keith, can you help me with that? Thank you. All right, so let's move on to these next 2 work streams, finance and organizational, as well as strategic sourcing. So finance and organizational is championed by Pam Duncan and Hannah Rivera, and it is really focusing on those 2 priorities, number 8, which is spans and layers, and number 10, which is the consolidation of administrative support. And to support both of those priorities, our friends at Heron administered the Heron Administrative Activity Survey, known as the HOS, late last fall. And this was a survey that was really intended to provide a comprehensive view across the system of administrative activity, the amount of time really spent on functional tasks in functional areas. Okay, so as a result of this study, Heron did a really deep review of the results and an analysis, and 4 functional areas emerged as the areas across the system with the highest levels of functional activity. Those areas are enrollment management, human resources, finances, and procurement. And I always like to think about this as those are our 3 most important resources as a system. Our students, that's enrollment management, our people, that's human resources, and then our money, which is the finance and procurement. So it makes sense that that is the bulk of the time that our folks across the system are spending the majority of their workday doing those functional tasks in those areas. So now that those areas have been emerged, Huron late last fall, early this spring had presented some future state options for consideration. So right now, these 2 priorities are still in that design phase where a project team is going to be named so that we can start to move forward on what is the design of this and how does this look like. So that is finance and organization. Strategic sourcing is the other priority that sort of falls within this group. Buddy Combs, again, is the champion, and Becca Korosek is the project lead. This particular project team has been very busy trying to create resources and materials that can be immediately available for folks at the colleges to use in the area of procurement. And the first of those is a SharePoint tool. They consulted with all of the folks out at the colleges who are doing procurement to learn what is it that they actually needed in a resource kind of site in order to help them kind of answer some basic questions to get to access to information that they needed when they needed it. And so they took all of that feedback and they basically redesigned their entire SharePoint tool to make it more accessible, more user-friendly, and to give the colleges what they needed. So they launched that late last fall. They're continuing to take feedback to refine that, but that is out into the wild now for folks to be using at the colleges. The other thing that they've been working on is an RFI for e-procurement tools. They completed this RFI and gathered a bunch of information around e-procurement solutions. And so right now they are reviewing that to do an analysis and create options for the system as we are looking toward greater efficiencies with e-procurement. I'm going to pause there on that one. Yes, Regent Harding.
The e-procurement RFI, what's the cost? Yeah.
So they're not at a cost
Okay, it's not.
yet. No,
Gotcha.
no. What they were doing is they were looking at what are the different options in the marketplace, really just to learn what the possibilities are for e-procurement. And one of the other things that they have been really diligent about is looking at current existing solutions to determine are there possibilities within existing platforms to do exactly what we need it to do. So they haven't yet got to the cost yet because they're trying to explore all of the different options to see, well, what is it exactly that we need it to do? What do we want it to do? What can we currently do? And then we can move forward to that.
So it hasn't got to an RFP process, but it might or might not.
It might or it might not. Right now, what they're trying to do is get an understanding of all of the information that they collected through the RFI before they get to that RFP. They want to make sure they have a good plan in place, a good understanding of really what's available, and really what do we as a system need, because they don't want us to purchase a platform if we don't really understand yet what we need. So they're trying to be really intentional and purposeful around that.
To clarify for those who are listening, potentially out in cyberspace, and for those around this table who might not know the difference, an RFI is a request for information. And that is exactly what Dr. Ballard said. It is asking, what is out there? What could you do for me, company? What might be the most beneficial type of platform? An RFP is when you get to the point where you want a proposal. So the request for proposal would be exactly what they can do, the resourcing, and then ultimately cost. And Becca has been very good about trying to educate all of us in saying, if you are not quite sure what the vending community has available to you, do an RFI first. And then that is how we find out that there might be innovations out there that we just don't even know about.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you for that question. All right, so we will move on to the next slide. And these are the last two priorities, the Project Management Office and Data Strategy. As Pam mentioned, the Project Management Office is actually one of the priorities. So we are actually project managing the creation of the Project Management Office. And so to that point, we have been sort of doing double duty in the Project Management Office. We've been providing the support in the project management organization to these different work streams, as well as establishing this Project Management Office with the intent that we are going to be here to support, obviously, the work that is emerging out of Heron, but we also want to make sure that we are positioned to provide service and support to our colleges beyond the scope of Heron. So to that end, we've established some project governance for us, some principles and guidelines, as well as a project taxonomy for us to be able to keep all of these different projects organized, everything coordinated. We are being very purposeful about strategic alignment, trying to connect the dots and make sure that everything is really working in lockstep as we are moving forward together. Two things that we have done in order to kind of support that is we've implemented a project management tool for tracking and reporting. I'm going to show you that. So this is early stages, I will say. We are using Smartsheet, which is a project management tool. And what we are creating are reports and dashboards so that we can always be providing a high-level report. Regent Witten, almost to your point about the reporting, I promise I didn't pay you to ask me that question. But really to show current progress, the status of the report, what's the health of the report or of the project, is the project on track, are things moving the way that they need to be moving. So this is all going to go live on April 1st once we get everything up, and I want to make sure that we validated the data so that not only are we providing a report, but it needs to be valid and accurate. So we're working through that. Keith, if you could, I can do it. It's just, thank you all for your patience where I'll find the mouse over here. Trying to click on this right here. Nope. Okay, so we are creating both an internal and an external, see, it won't work. Internal and external website. And that's because it's not live. That's okay. So we've created an internal SharePoint tool for the colleges. And so we want to make sure that we are openly communicating all of the progress on all of the work that we are doing. We are not here to hide anything. We are here to openly communicate and be transparent. So that SharePoint tool is going to go live April the 1st, and it's going to provide this dashboard on that internal SharePoint site so that everybody across the system can pop in and say, okay, well, where are we at on priority number 10? Or where are we at on the FAFSA task force? Or where are we at on whatever the major project is? The other thing that we really are trying to do, and that will be available on the SharePoint tool, are provide templates and resources for folks at the colleges to do project management of their own work. We understand that there is not a reason for the system office PMO to project manage every single thing that is happening at the colleges. But we want to make sure that the colleges have the tools that they need in order to do this work. So we've created a section on project life cycles. Every different stage of a project, it talks about the key activities for each of those projects, and then it provides templates for folks that are available. They can download, they can create a project plan. They can create a work structure. They can create a milestones document so that if folks want to have that structure, but it's not at the level that needs project management support, the resources are there, and then we are available to provide support and guidance whenever folks need it to be there. The other thing that is on that SharePoint site is a project visualization tool, and that tool is a way that folks can see how every single thing that we are doing is interconnected. The scope of the Heron project is vast and complex, and I live it and breathe it every single day. And even I go, wait a minute, is that part of this or is that part of that? And I have to kind of get out my super secret decoder ring and figure out where it lives, right? But we want to make sure that folks can kind of see, and there's some drop downs so that folks can see, okay, well, what's part of resource and program optimization? What's part of employee impact analysis? So it has all of those tools that are available. Those are internal. Then we have some external things that we want to make sure we have external stakeholders. So we want to make sure that they are at a high level informed of what are we doing? What does this work look like? So all of those are going to go live April 1. Okay, back to my slides really quick. Thank you, Keith, for tag teaming this with me. I appreciate you. So for data strategy, I'll do this one really quick and then I'll hand it over to my colleague, Bridget, for employee impact analysis. So the data strategy work team is championed by Dr. House and Alicia Crouch. Project leads are both Brittany Lippert and Katie Karn, and they have been working very hard on a number of different things. They have completed a data maturity and accessibility assessment, really just to get a baseline across the system of where we are. They completed a CPE subject area data dictionary, really to help users understand and define the data. What is it that I'm looking at? So a very useful tool for folks to start to access and use the data. They have designed a data management strategy framework that they're working with our peer team and other stakeholders to get feedback on and refine and continue to develop. They are working with the space utilization team to create the historical inventory of buildings and rooms. Again, a baseline of the data, and then coordinating with space utilization to establish a data crosswalk. So again, that data, they understand where the data is coming from and then make it more usable for actionable intelligence for our folks. So that concludes my update. Any questions?
I'd just like to say big applause. I mean, I think the dashboard's going to be great, transparency. Your faculty and staff are going to.
Thank you, Regent. I appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
So let me ask a question.
Yes, sir.
So, for our next board meeting,
Mhm.
I know we talked about a lot of efficiency that we're working on currently, but we're really not seeing anything measures of.
Mhm.
This, starting April 1st, we will have something that will track and let us know where the president's cabinet has really made strides. Right?
Yes, that is the intention. The intention is to show measurable progress on all of these different priorities so that you can see these are the things that have been completed in each of these areas. And this is how far we have left to go in this particular phase. Because the other thing that I want to add is these priorities, right, are broad and comprehensive in scope. So what the project teams are doing is they are taking and completing projects within those project or work stream priorities. So strategic sourcing is a good example of that. They have broad scope for strategic sourcing. They are completing projects within strategic sourcing to get us to the place of really refining and streamlining those efficiencies in strategic sourcing. So yes, that is a long-winded way to say that is the purpose of the dashboard, so that we can keep tabs on how is everything going, where is everything at, and how is everything in relation to each other.
I think anxious to hear our efforts, not really seeing what those.
The results of those.
Anxious to see that. Thank you.
You're welcome. I've made a note of that, and we'll be ready for that in June. Thank you.
Legislators looking at progress on Heron 12. Again, reference to the budget yesterday. Show the results.
And I would add, not simply the list of, for example, on a Gantt chart, here's where we are, we're 50% finished with the project, but really what the financial impact of that is. Efficiency, will it be documented to that level, the savings?
That is the intention. Yes.
Well, good morning, everyone. So I get the last piece of the Huron update, which is all things compensation. And like Dr. Ballard, I am here representing pretty much all of the employees from across the system, but specifically the people who have really been the boots on the ground doing a lot of all of this work. So I would be remiss if I did not say to all of the HR professionals across the system who have been knee deep in this project with me, as well as the college leadership, supervisors, presidents. It has been a tremendous overhaul of all things compensation for us as a system, and there is still a tremendous amount of work yet to be done, but substantial progress is being made, and we're very excited about that as well. So this is kind of a high level for you all, just in terms of what has occurred since the last time we all met, and I was up here in December, and the board approved the new 2024-2025 salary schedule. So what really the bulk of all of the work that's occurred the past 3 months has centered around getting our staff employees, what we're calling, it's called mapped over, into the new compensation framework. So it is all new job families, job subfamilies, job titles, there's new job profiles. All of that then also equates to new pay bands, which is the salary schedule that you all approved. And so then what the impact is going to be on our employees when this goes live July 1. So all of that has been a continual process, like I said, with a lot of people involved in that process. Next slide, please. So this really is a visual for all of you to be able to kind of see the steps and the things that have occurred. So, you know, when Heron originally came as part of this compensation program and worked with the HR staff at the colleges in the system office, they started with the development of job profiles, job families, job subfamilies. That allowed an initial mapping of our current positions across the system into these new positions, job profiles. What we found, honestly, was because our compensation framework had lagged for so many years, the information, the documents, all of those things that we had as resources available to Huron to be able to do this mapping really was inadequate. So the initial mapping that they did, they had hoped, I think it was an 80% accuracy, and really it ended up being close to 20%. So it really did at that point involve and require the HR staff and the college and system office leadership to really dig into, okay, what are the responsibilities and the functions of the positions that we have to then be able to get a more accurate look at, to be able to map them in the future. So this really is all of the boxes with the green checks are things that have occurred to let you know where we are as we sit here today. So tomorrow is March 15th. Tomorrow is the date, the deadline that we have given all of the HR peer team from across the system to have the mapping for all staff positions done. So for the past 3 months, we have met more times than I care to count and have looked at positions both individually for the position, but then also looked at it from a systemic viewpoint as well. We have any number of positions across the system that perhaps exist at every college, as well as at the system office, and trying to make sure that we have, more consistency there in terms of what that looks like in the future state of the compensation program. So this just gives you an idea of where we're at. So March 15th is that date for the mapping to be done. Employees will be notified on May the 1st. So staff employees, May 1st is the date in which they will receive notification from us that says, here is your new job title. This is the pay band that goes along with that. The minimum of that new pay band, if there is an adjustment that we're required to do to bring employees to the minimum of the new pay band, what that will be. So that communication will be going out May 1st to employees. Between now and May 1st, there's any number of communications that are going to go out as well that are just trying to familiarize our employees about the new lingo, so to speak, that's going to be surrounding this. When I say job families, what does that mean to someone? If I say a subfamily. So kind of trying to educate more. We've spent a good amount of time as well working with the HR leadership across the system, so that way they are more familiar with this too. They will be the boots on the ground that will have a lot of questions coming their way, I'm sure, from employees, so that they feel comfortable. There is a smaller group of us that's part of this compensation team that really has been more ingrained in it. Like Dr. Ballard said, when you're in it every day, it makes sense to me, but it's not necessarily going to make sense to everyone else. So wanting to make sure that they are comfortable with that as questions arise. So we've been spending some time with them as well. One of the things that has come up both at several of these meetings, and then as we've talked with the presidents as well, and just across all of our different peer groups that we have presented, kind of comes down to this: can you give us an example? And Regent Herding, I know I've asked that, Chair Martin has asked it as well. So not wanting to get out in front of being able to that May 1 notification date for employees, because we are very cognizant of that and not wanting to say something or show something that then is misinterpreted for employees, but wanted to at least be able to give you kind of an idea of what we're talking about when we're talking about this new framework and what has gone into it. So the next slide is our hypothetical employee. So this is Bob Pathfinder, who is an employee at one of our colleges here in our system. So Bob currently has the title of Business Support Assistant. This is not a title that currently exists anywhere within KCTCS, but it is a hypothetical for you all to be able to see how this has worked. Right now, Bob's current pay band is a pay band 6, and his current salary is $30,000 a year. So all of that mess, so to speak, that you see in the middle are all of the things that have had to go into, that we've had to take into consideration as we're looking at Bob's position and where Bob will then be in the future. So there's a lot of nuances, right? So it's everything from what the benchmarking salary data from Coupa indicates. It's also Bob's position responsibilities. You look at Bob's PPE, where position responsibilities for staff are also housed. There are job descriptions for positions across the colleges in the system. So all of those things have gone into reviewing Bob's position. And what then does Bob look like come July 1st? So there are multiple options as it relates to Bob's current position responsibilities. In the future state, Bob could be a finance assistant 1. He might be a finance assistant 2. He might be a finance assistant 3. With the work dimension guide that is part of the compensation program, that provides us those different components for us to be able to analyze all of the things in the middle to then map Bob into the right new title. So what would happen to Bob is if we said that Bob was a finance assistant 1, his new pay band would be a pay band 4, is what that pay band is that's affiliated with that new title. And the minimum salary for that is listed there. And I can't see that as well because my eyes, it's really tiny back there. But Bob then would not get a pay increase because Bob already makes $30,000, which is more than what the pay band minimum is for that finance assistant 1. The same thing would happen if Bob is mapped into a finance assistant 2. His pay band may change, his title may change, but his salary will not go down. So if he makes more than what the minimum is, it's not going to be reduced. He's going to continue to make $30,000 as it relates to putting him into a new pay band. But if Bob then is a finance assistant 3, and he goes into a pay band 6, which is where he currently already is in the title that he right now has, the position he has, but that pay band minimum is now different for a pay band 6 of this particular title. So he would, in that instance, if that's where his position mapped, would see a salary adjustment to get him to the new minimum of the new salary schedule. So all of this is irrespective of when Buddy comes up here later, there's going to be information about, salary adjustments, cost of living adjustments, those sorts of things. That is completely separate from this. This is strictly just the salary schedule that you all approved in December, getting our employees into new positions as part of the new compensation framework, and then what are the corresponding pay bands that go along with that. Yes.
So, this is all holistic. All
Yes.
these little 6 bubbles
Yes.
outside of the employee impact, and so they are all weighted equally. Correct. So the Coupa data, salary data is going to be the same as the supervisor input. One's not going to have more weight.
Correct.
than the other.
Correct. And they kind of go in sequence of one another. So it started with, here's the documents, so to speak. So whether it was JAQs, job descriptions, all of those things that were available to Huron, that was the initial looked at, mapped to a new job family, subfamily. Then that was when it was like, no, that's not actually what these positions are doing. So supervisors were brought in, input from supervisors, what the knowledge of the local HR staff, et cetera, the presidents. And then we went back and said, okay, now let's review these. And then there were a lot of changes. And that's what's been occurring over the past 3 months and going back and forth to make sure we get this as accurate as we possibly can.
You mentioned JAQs. So a lot of those JAQs are going to change, right?
Correct.
So those employees get those new JAQ changes that could be completely different than what they were operating under. Maybe they were splitting 2 positions, one at 51%, one at 49%.
Yep.
So are we concerned about employees' JAQ responsibilities and there being now holes in workforce or areas of our workforce because we are shifting JAQs? Does that make sense?
Not
Like, are we,
100%.
like, some, like, job responsibilities would then be, it's not gonna be it's not gonna be translated to the new JAQ.
Right.
So then it's gonna be like, well, who's doing that thing now?
Right. So specific in terms of the positions, Regent Whitten, there will be, and we've said this, as this rolls out, we expect that there are going to be any number of questions from employees specific like that. Well, what about this particular part of my job that I used to do? And we have all said as HR professionals, we are not pretending in any way, shape, or form that we know exactly what everyone is doing. So as those things occur, certainly there will be continued conversations to make sure, okay, do we need to relook at this position? Do we need to reevaluate it? And does it need to be moved and things be changed and shifted? So just because that's what it is right this second when it rolls out in July doesn't mean that that's where it's always going to be.
And I'm assuming at the local level, there would be.
Correct.
There's significant change at
Correct.
JAQ, then there are going to be one on.
Exactly.
Teams.
Exactly. Yes.
I have one question really
Yeah.
quick, and that is, colleges have positions that are unique to a particular college that's been identified or created for the work of a college in a particular region. How did you do the comparison to look at that position, the positions perhaps that don't exist anywhere else? How did you compare to determine the new band or responsibilities for that?
So there was a lot of stuff that went into that. So what ended up happening, and there were a lot of those, honestly, because some of us have very specific programs that only exist at one of our colleges, for example. So the job profiles themselves are very broad. So right now we have what we call job specifications, or job specs is what we're most familiar with utilizing. So they're very broad and general in nature. So we had to start there, right, as a broad. So you might have a very specific academic support type program or position at your college. There is an academics family, academics and education, and there's a subfamily that is academic support. But are you going to see a profile that specifically addresses the program that might exist at your college? No, you won't. But you're looking at the generality of the functions and the responsibilities of the position. There were instances in where we did identify, we don't have in this new structure, there wasn't a profile that fit. So we did then create some profiles as those, but they were one-offs. We really tried to stay within the framework and not get too far out of just creating, because that's honestly how we've kind of gotten where we're at right now. We've got so many job titles because we created, as a new responsibility came up or a new program, we created a job specific to just that, and we were trying to avoid getting back into that. Yeah.
So this is obviously hugely complex and hugely important. Are there any headwinds that we as the board should be concerned about? I mean, are you hearing this to be problematic? Or are we hearing some feedback from employees that they're really concerned about what this is going to mean to my family?
Sure.
Trying to kind of get ahead of this.
Right.
So I just was trying to, from your perspective, see where you are.
So I think the good news in all of this is nobody goes backwards, right? So no one will see a pay decrease of any kind. There are, of course, challenges that come along with that. Anytime you start talking about a compensation framework or the potential for salary adjustments, people often think, well, we're all going to see as a result of this new compensation program. And that is not going to be the case. So just like Bob the Pathfinder is the example, depending on where you mapped, your position maps into the new framework, you may or may not see that. So I think that is one thing. And we have been very forthright in communicating that. Some people have heard it, some people have not, unfortunately. So that is the message that, I would say we need to be prepared for to answer that. The other part that I would say is obviously it's always a conversation surrounding finances, right? And Buddy, I'm sure we'll talk about this later today as well. So some of the colleges are struggling with how are we going to pay for the implementation of this. They're trying to get creative, I will say, of how to either generate more revenue, how to cut expenses. But there is an uneasiness, honestly, for a lot of employees of what might this mean. Is this going to mean that there might be a reduction in force somewhere? And I don't have the answers to that. I know the presidents that are sitting over here, it is a conversation that they are continuing to have locally at their colleges and campuses. But I would say that that is another out there as a board for you all to be aware of as well.
No major red flags.
Not that I'm aware of.
So the two key components is there is no harm.
Correct.
And second is probably a minimal increase. But this is the start. We got into the shape with the multitude of positions and the expansive bandwidth, limiting this, and this is the start of that. And you have to look at compensation. This will help in some capacity.
Mr. Chairman, if I don't mind, again, this is about communication. When we've talked to PLT about HR, make sure to communicate that it's been about 20 years. It's an alignment issue. It's about getting realigned. Want to address compression, we have to address this first. So we're going to be very intentional about reminding folks that this is about alignment. Everyone will get in a starting position to address equity issues across the system.
Yes, Regent.
Just kind of another question, and I guess this might be directed more to the 16 sitting over there. So I know somewhere between March 15th tomorrow,
right,
for the odds of one, right?
Right.
For the English teacher. But so between then and May 1st, I know that you guys have all likely planned for what you can anticipate it's going to cost your institution, but when will the presidents have that final number? I guess.
Right. So the goal is when the HR group is done by end of day tomorrow, as their current state of their college or the system office looks, they will know. They will know here is what that dollar figure is associated with that. There will continue to be changes though. People will be hired, people will retire, will resign. So those fluctuations will continue to happen, but they should be minor compared to the bulk of everything that has been done.
Another follow-up. I'm going to play devil's advocate. I'm Bob, and I think I'm great. And I really want finance assistant 3.
Right.
But for whatever reason, data has not.
Correct.
Whatever that case may be. Maybe I have really great supervisor input and local HR analysis. But when Bob comes to that HR director and says, yeah,
right,
I really think I should be a finance assistant 3.
Right.
Are we prepared then at all of our local colleges to have those very difficult conversations with employees? And are we also ready for the outcome that could bring?
Right, right. So that was, we met as a group actually last week at BCTC, and that was we spent the whole day together, and that really was the big focus of that day. So it was to make sure that they understood, to be able to say, there's still going to be difficult conversations. There's no question about that. But for the first time, I will say for me, in all of the years that I have been part of this system, I feel confident that I can sit with an employee and say, okay, here, if I pull out this work dimension guide, these are the different components. And this is where your position is at in terms of whether it's supervising employees, the number of employees you supervise, whether it is the decision-making authority that you have to do that independently. So that guide for the HR peer team and the professionals across the system is very, very helpful for them to be able to do that. It's also always a good thing that when you can actually say, okay, here is the market data. These positions have been benchmarked against colleges and 2-year colleges and universities across the nation. And this is the outcome of that. Again, all of our employees are great. And we all think that probably we should, be banded higher, make more money, all of those things. But you just have to keep reinforcing that these are the mechanisms. This is how this was done. Like I said, will there be one-offs here and there where we may have gotten it wrong and may need to sit and really reevaluate, Bob's position? Sure. But they are, I think, as we left out of there last week, they were feeling much better about being able to answer a lot of the questions and things that have come up as questions either from you as Regents or from the PLT or the different peer teams across the state. We were able to go through a lot of those. There's also a big communication plan, so there will be a SharePoint site as well for employees where there will be FAQs. There will be, here's the job families, the subfamilies, lots of resources for employees as well to be able to educate themselves in addition to the education that we'll be providing to them as well.
Get their eyes on everything else one final time so that they feel confident in the materials. Then once they sign off on it, then that will go live so that folks, and we'll send a notification to folks. This is available. You can acquainting yourself with it because it is doing different and it's a lot of new terminology. It's gonna be just different.
They'll have about 15 days before you notify.
Yeah.
Right.
So Bob is Pathfinder, been placed in financial assistant 1. Does he have a clear defined pathway for leadership progression to get to 2 or 3? Do the work, get the certification, whatnot he needs to, and clearly defined, subjective, then to do that.
So there's not a career pathway right now defined. So this is, as Dr. Quarles said, and as Chair Martin said, this is kind of phase 1, initial structure. Here it is. Is that the intention for the future for staff positions? Yes. In its broadest term, though, you could look at that work dimension guide and you would be able to see the things that you need in terms of the position or the position responsibilities that then would equate to a number 2.
That will be available to all
Absolutely.
HR.
Absolutely.
Is that dimension guide somewhat protective of the employee to assume that we would not hire him in at finance assistant 1, but then do the last statement, which says other duties as assigned, and add duties to him where he's actually functioning at a finance assistant 2 or 3, but we're putting him at a 1.
Right.
Pay band 4.
Right.
Is that in the dimension guide somewhat protective of employees that more work would not be added after we move him into a lower?
So there will always be other duties as assigned because we can't ever catch every single duty that a position does, right? So there will always be that, but that's where that dialogue, obviously between supervisors, HR, has to occur. So when those changes that are significant to an employee's position responsibilities happen, that there are new JAQs, that analysis is done to then look at the work dimension guide. Does that in fact equate to now it's a 2 as opposed to a 1?
It's a progressive ongoing process.
Exactly.
And to kind of follow up with what Patsy's saying, I think we remember I think it was about 2 Marches ago, right? 2 years ago, we were told that once a JAQ changed its job responsibilities to 51%, something was automatically triggered at the system office, the HR director, to reevaluate that employee, that particularly employee, that all of our HR directors are trained in that. So my question then is it still 51% of a change to a JQ? And if so, do we have that process in place for local HR directors then to consult with?
So it should still be 51%, yes. The process is still with the future state, still under development. So that is part of all of the compensation playbook, all of that is also still being looked at and reviewed. So that way, as we get this part done, that's the very next part to start addressing all of those sorts of things. That will be that guide for future movements.
Bridget, thank you.
You're welcome.
Looks like you guys have put a lot of thought process work into this. And thank you for the example. It does really help us understand. The key to this is there are no true fixed answers, but we're flexible. Anything else in the outline.
Right.
That's good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. It is 10:37. Let's take a 12-minute break. Standard 7.
I think reach out by.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I just make one comment
in a different topic when we come back. You know, as I listen to this, I'm reminded and I'm very appreciative of the work that took us in this direction around this board. Regents Damaris and Dr. who and push and influence to make sure we got to this place. And I think as we look at that, we're in the execution phase. And I think I really appreciate, Dr. Corl, your comment about waiting until December 1st to respond in aggregate to Joint Resolution 179. The audit we're about ready to talk about, the work underway, I think is so important. And this Huron piece will drive it. We're looking at 3 factors that the board needs to be aware of. And Dr. Corl, in your position, a fatigue factor. We're in execution stage now. It's taken a while to get here, just hearing the compensation and the incredible work that's being done. Been a lot of discussion amongst not just the board, but the staff and the wider universe. So I think the fatigue factor, the transition factor. Internally, you are bringing in new cabinet members, new staff members. Things are changing over throughout the system because they need to. And because they should. And so I think that transition factor, keeping people up to speed in terms of what and the work and the dollars that have invested in this, extremely important. And the third factor I would say is the accountability factor. We have a responsibility as a board to keep this moving. When we had our retreat last, I guess that was June, Barry, with the PLT, we had an upfront agreement in my mind with the PLT to say these are our 12 priorities. This is how we're going to push this system. And I just, wanted to refresh that because I think it's incredibly important that we keep that in front of us as we move. That accountability factor, whether it's legislators, the community, KCTCS staff, faculty, students, we know that, and we are very aware of it.
Okay, let's come back at 10:50. Okay, welcome back. You had a nice break. At this point, we are going to talk about the internal audit. And in the absence of Regent Cox, I'll be going over the audit. The initial part was about marketing expenditures. We had a moderate risk. Dean Jordan recommends we work with marketing personnel to educate them on gifts, gift limits, and proper vendor interaction. They also recommended we develop a policy that induced budgeting and vendor sponsorship limitations for all of KCTCS. And that hopefully will take effect July 1st of 2024. Low risk, had a couple of issues on low risk. They recommended that KCTCS management review marketing position and job duties to ensure an appropriate and effective department structure, which also will take effect July 1st. Develop written desk procedures for accurate marketing expenditures based on budgets. And that actually took effect on March 1st this year. For Madisonville Community Technical College and Hazard Community and Technical College, they found a low risk item that they recommended that they review I-9 requirements and provide compliance training with I-9 regulations. And that training took effect in February, so it should be in place. Owensboro Community Technical College, there were no observations or findings. IT key control testing. There was a high risk identified that where sensitive data on end user mobile devices may be on campuses and push bit blocker to those devices to comply with secure information handling policy. The completion phase is May 1st, and phase 2 will begin on June 1st, 2024. Moderate risk, amend and secure the information handling to include more defined guidance on mobile devices, user laptops that should be encrypted, and that will take place on May 1st. Moderate risk, incident response policy, the IRP, for KCTCS does not include some attributes which are listed in detail and internal audit report, and that will be completed in August 2004. A couple other low risk items. Create a password policy to outline the minimum acceptable standards. That takes place April 1st. The other item is document and implement internal guidelines for what an acceptable idle timeout setting should be for various systems. May 1st, 2024. Do we have any questions in regards to the internal audit summary?
Chairman, just a comment, if you don't mind. Of course, we welcome any audit findings, the course correction. I know that our team at TS, I believe, may be ahead of schedule on audit findings. So,
yeah, it looks like we. Okay, at this time, I'll ask Mary McKinley if she will present our external audit.
Good morning. I'm glad to be here with you today to be able to present the audit results. I am Mary McKinley. I am a partner at Forvis. And as you can see on the screen there, Jennifer Williams had intended to be with me here today. She is the lead partner on this engagement. She had another commitment today, so I am solo. But Jennifer and I did present the details of this audit report to the audit committee last month in very great detail. And so what we will do today is hit some highlights and go through some of the summary of what we presented at that meeting last month. Typically, you would see us here a little bit earlier in the fiscal year to present the audit report. And although our audit work and timing was fairly consistent with what it normally is, back in the summer and the fall, we completed most of our detailed work, but we were unable to release the audit report because the state examination report could have potentially had some impact to our audit procedures and the results of our findings, et cetera. So fortunately, we were able to get that report just recently and release our audit report. So I am here today to give you some good audit results. And this slide is likely the most important one out of all of the slides that I have here today. So if you hear nothing else, see this one. So you will see we did get great cooperation from the finance group here. I'd like to thank Buddy and David, Leslie, and everybody else, Melissa, who was part of that group, because it was a very good effort and very cooperative results. We'd also like to thank this group for its patience in holding off and waiting to get that audit report. So it is a very important part of your governance process, and we wanted to make sure that we had it right. So the results of our audit resulted in an unmodified or clean opinion on the system's financial statements. We had no recorded audit adjustments or unrecorded audit adjustments. So those are excellent results just from a high level. We did have one new standard to implement this year. It was GASB 96. It's called Subscription-Based Information Technology Arrangements. That's a mouthful, so we abbreviate that as SBITAs in the practice. And that had only an impact of about a $3.1 million addition of assets and an equal amount of liabilities at the beginning of the year. You'll also notice that the financial statements that are presented have only a single year of presentation. And so because of the adoption of that standard, the GASB requires then just that single year presentation is an appropriate way to reflect these financial statements. Okay, since you only had a single year of reporting in front of you, we decided to present a few little highlights on a comparative basis on these next couple of slides. But suffice it to say, there is an increase in the net position of about $106 million for the year. And that is obviously a couple of things on this first slide. You'll see an increase in tuition and also an increase in the state appropriation amounts. So that increased the net position along with several other items within the financial statements. You'll see too that our statement of net position, or your balance sheet, if you will, is in a very strong financial position. We had very good results with that as well. Some of the key metrics on the statement of revenues and expenses and changes in net position are the three that are highlighted here on the slides, one of which is federal grant awards. And like many other higher education organizations and in fact, many other organizations throughout the country, COVID pandemic stimulus funding has declined now, and we're all getting back to a more normalized operation. So we were not surprised to see that COVID funding declining. As a part of our audit process, we also look at the audit of the federal awards that have been expended during the year, and that is called our single audit process under the uniform guidance. You'll see here there's a listing of the several major programs that we tested during this most recent year. In our audit committee letter, that is our formal written communication to those charged with governance. In other words, this group at the conclusion of every audit. It outlines our various responsibilities under the audit process. It outlines the results that were achieved through the audit process. It also goes through some of the significant accounting policies section and various areas in which we pay more attention to than other areas in the conduct of our audit process. So the financial statement disclosures and areas of audit emphasis are very similar to those that have occurred in previous years. And so that is a very consistent audit process. And my clicker is moving just a little crazy here. Let's try this again. There we go. So again, just a couple of things there on the bottom of that slide. No audit adjustments. Again, a very good result. That means that before we get to the audit process, the team here internally has prepared a set of financial statements that we believe are faithfully representational of the audit results and so forth. So that's a very good kudos to this group. And again, the last part of this audit committee letter discusses significant things that we visited with the group about during the audit process. And of course, that state examination report was top of mind as we were moving through the audit process. I'd like to entertain any questions that you might have from this group and do my best to answer those. Yes.
I guess it goes to the state auditor's examination.
Yes.
You have this audit every single year, see the findings. And what's the difference between why do we not see any of the similar findings that we found in the state audit that we in this audit? What's the difference between those two audits? I don't.
Yes, there is a very different scope between what the state looks at in their particular charge in that project that they were specifically assigned. That was a very narrow scope and a very focused on various issues that have arisen and that have been made known to the state. The financial statement audit, though, whenever you look at the audit opinion, it actually outlines, the process, and it says, we are charged with reviewing the financial statements and to determine whether or not they are presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So the scope of our audit deals more with the financial statement balances, disclosures, the internal controls surrounding those financial statements, and the uniform guidance piece of the financial activities of the system. The state's examination report was a very different scope, a very different purpose, and so that's generally the nature of the differences between those two. Is that helpful?
Yeah, I didn't know if there's any way to prevent kind of state examination audits by yearly audits that we have. It's a way that they're connected.
The state examination report and it was a very specialized and unique circumstance this year. So typically there is not an annual state audit process unless requested. And I don't know, Buddy, did you want to add anything further to that discussion?
Say on that note that's what our internal audit it will be looking at moving forward, that our internal controls are in place and that we're following our policies and procedures. As far as the accounting financial part, those were, as you say, it was clean. It's what we do behind the scenes.
Very good question. Thank you. Any others?
Any other questions? Hey, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to entertain any questions about the audit. If not, I'd like to entertain a motion that we accept the findings of the audit report. Okay, we have a motion by Regent Whitten, second by Regent Jackson.
Chair Martin, Vice Chair Hamilton, Secretary Whitten.
Yes.
Regent Bynum. Yes. Regent Girdle.
Aye.
Regent Green. Yes. Regent Herding.
Yes.
Regent Hodges. Regent Jackson. Regent Martin. Regent Rabinowitz, and Regent Stevens.
Yes.
Motion is unanimous, or the vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, next agenda item is a financial report. We're anxiously waiting on Buddy to give that. It's Interim Vice President of Administrative Services, Buddy, to present.
Good morning, everyone. Before our team leaves, I want to thank Mr. Atkins, Melissa Hicks, Leslie Winslet, and Mary for presenting the external audit. We thank you very much. Appreciate it. For the finance update, this finance update is as of December 31st of 2023. Then this basically looks at what we budgeted, our actuals, and compared to where we were in the previous year. So far, this report reflects our operating revenues as of December 31st of $537,529,000 in operating revenues. That's 63% of our budgeted total. So basically halfway through the year, we've already generated more than 50% of the revenue that we were projecting. In our current operating fund expenses, we've spent $422,699,000, which is 43% of our budget. So as you can see, we're under 50% halfway through the year of our total overall expenditure. So we're keeping track and reducing our, trying to reduce our expenditures as we move forward. And our net position as of December 31st is still pretty strong. We've got $1,206,000 as our net position on hand as of December 31st. So part of the couple of items I want to bring to your attention is our tuition and charges revenue is up almost $16 million over the previous year, and that's due to the huge enrollment increases that we've had in the fall and the spring term, because we already started assessing the spring term back in November of last year. Our non-credit tuition, which is our continuing education classes, that revenue is down about $281,000 from the previous year. So I'll bring that your attention to that. That's community education and community service revenue is down. As you'll notice, our investment income, we've popped it back up from losing about $9 million from the last couple of years. And our investment income is up $12.4 million. And our state deposits have increased about $9.8 million, and that's from the tuition revenue that we've been generating over the years. The other thing I wanted to bring to your attention is the sales and service on the educational activity. We're actually down $2.7 million. And the result of that is a combination of, that's where we used to record our lost revenue when we were able to recover that from the HER funds. We no longer have those funds. So that category has gone down. The other thing I want to bring to your attention was public service on the expenditures. And the reason that expense is down is because we no longer have K-beams officially in our organization. So those expenditures have gone down. And the other thing I want to bring to your attention is operation and maintenance. We're down $7.5 million from the prior year in those expenditures. So we're, looking at efficiencies and bringing efficiencies to our operations and reducing our expenditures. The only other item that I'll bring to your attention, it was from the state examination, and that was to give you a quarterly update on our Kentucky Trains program. So I thank Jesse Shook and Jody Wofford for providing that information to us. Through December of 2023, we've had 162 training projects with a commitment of $5,163,000. These commitments serve 212 companies across the state with a total projected enrollment numbers of 12,505 enrollments. As of today, the colleges have been reimbursed for training funds for closed projects of $1.9 million. The trains allocation available for funding projected through the end of the year we would have actually been in the hole about $170,000. But Dr. Quarles has allocated an additional $2 million to finish out this fiscal year of trains funding, so that we can ensure that we can go all the way through June of this year to support our development with our workforce industry. The last item is, in addition to these projects, Trains has 8 open commitments totaling $3.7 million pledged to economic development companies considering locating or expanding in Kentucky. So that's the finance report as of December 31st. So we're pretty well on track with actuals to our budgets and how we were compared to last fiscal year.
Any questions for Buddy? We definitely need more trains money, right?
Yes.
Yes. And,
yes.
Advocating for that as we speak.
Is that something that can be controlled internally at some point, Dr. Quarles? I mean, you allotted a $2 million extension through this, or was that out of the total KCTCS budget that you were able to do that?
Yes, that was out of the president's initiative budget.
Okay.
Again, our message right now is just like with work ready scholarships that are exhausted every year. Trains are exhausted every year too. And this goes straight back to our mission towards workforce development.
I think that's been a historical issue. I can't stress enough how important that is to expanding companies as part of an incentive package that a local company might be. So great work.
Thank you. And again, that was part of our state examination, was to provide you a quarterly update in regards to trains moving forward. So.
Thank you, buddy. Okay, you want to continue on?
All right.
Board reserves?
Board reserves. So basically, in working with the college business officers, college presidents, and with Dr. Quarles, we are recommending that the board approve a 3% overall budget reserves of state appropriation and tuition and fees less the system-wide contracts. As you all remember, you had asked us to update the policy and put a percentage in regards to the board reserve. That policy went into place last year, and this is actually the first year that you're all actually following that policy and voting on a percentage. We opted to go with the 3%, and I can turn it over to Dr. Quarles if you'd like, in the reasoning why we're going with the 3% board required reserves.
And right now, start using the term resetting, but we need to determine what the appropriate amount of reserves should be for our system. So we have to do some research on what our peer groups are doing. Other groups are doing in Kentucky. Their systems are doing nationwide. Determine what an appropriate reserve amount might be. And so again, we have carry forward reserve. So we're recommending 3% today, understanding that it's highly likely that numbers will change in the future as we get instruction from the Kentucky General Assembly, but also do research on what other institutions are doing across the state. So again, this is part of Senate Joint Resolution 179 to determine what the best practices should be for our reserve. Today will be recommended
this fiscal year.
And in the board packet, there is a Excel spreadsheet that breaks down the 3% estimated calculation. Again, this is an estimate because we don't have a final budget yet, but this is an estimate of what the 3% reserve would be. Basically, it's $1.4 million compared to a 5% reserve, which would be $2.4 million. The other item that we have attached to the to your packet in the board documentation is a need for financial reserves policy brief that we've been doing some research. This is from the Cubo. It's an article just for your pleasure to read on why colleges need reserves. It kind of explains it probably a little bit more eloquently than I would ever be able to do. So that's just for your review in the future. So with that, the action is request a motion that the board approve setting aside a 3% budget reserve of state appropriation and tuition fees less system-wide contracts for fiscal year 2025.
And real quick, Dr. Coles, you brought forward the carry forward fund, separate from the reserve. Any topic or discussion in PLT or range or discussion about what the appropriate carry forward funds might be for institution?
Yes, so again, this goes back to us evaluating what sort of budget model we want to adopt as a system going forward. And just on a side note, the 75 million, which were identified, more or less sitting escrow, I guess you could say, it's sitting there not to be touched until after we get through the budget. That will be something we'll evaluate.
And in your board packet, you do have a breakdown of the estimated carry forward that we will be providing the colleges after this meeting. It lists every single college.
Regent Hodges?
Just to ensure understanding correctly what we're voting on a 3% reserve calculation. So for example, I attend Jefferson, so we would say looking at it's 1.5 million out of our operating fees and tuition to put into a reserve account. So for example, if enrollment went down and we didn't have the funds to operate, we would be able to operate still on that reserve. We put it away for a rainy day.
Yes, with justification and permission by the KCTCS president is the way the policy is written.
Any other question? Okay, we have a motion to accept. What?
The motion.
Regent Hodges makes the motion, and Regent Finan seconds the motion. Parliamentarian Duncan?
Chair Martin,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hamilton.
Aye.
Secretary Whitten.
Aye.
Regent Fine. Yes. Regent Gardler.
Aye.
Regent Green. Yes. Regent Harding.
Yes.
Regent Hodges. Yes. Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Martin. Aye. Regent Levinowitz. Yes. Regent Stephen. Yes. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Appreciate it. So Buddy, while you're still there, we'll go over our tuition increase.
Yes, so basically, as everyone knows, and it's in the document, the Council on Post-Secondary Education every 2 years provides all higher education, public education in the state of Kentucky with the cap on tuition increases. So for FY24 and FY25, CPE allotted KCTCS a $7 tuition increase over the 2 years, with no more than a $4 tuition increase in one given year. Last year, the board approved a $4 tuition increase. So for FY25, the business officers, the PLT, and the cabinet are recommending a modest $3 tuition increase for FY25. The rationale is the primary source of funds for KCTCS are basically state appropriations and tuition revenue. This increase will enable KCTCS to attract and retain top faculty, staff, and talent, expand our student support services to improve the overall well-being of academic success. And by investing with KCTCS in this tuition increase, we can maintain our commitment to academic excellence while providing robust and well-rounded education for our students. So with that, we are requesting the board approve a modest $3 per credit hour tuition increase for FY24, FY25.
Thank you, Buddy. Yes.
I more so just wanted to share a comment on record. Maybe in the future, I specifically spoke in court about this during our conversation, just getting to know each other better. I think that this is a worthy investment for students, simply because I moved to pursue education here within KCTCS. And I have gotten so much back for my investment in my future. And simply, if you think about it, $3 investment, or maybe a 9 enrollment in school, it's an extra $27 out of your pocket. You think about, you're done with $27, you could buy a purse, you could buy a new book bag. If you're using that to invest in your future, it's absolutely worth it. And what we're getting back from KCTCS is absolutely amazing. Just want students to really think about that, especially if they just see that amount increase online. It's going into your future. So I think it's absolutely amazing that we're doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Chair Martin, I would challenge that maybe we're leaving an opportunity on the table to present this. There certainly is value. Think about it in the $27 standpoint for a quality education. You may not have this opportunity or whatever. So I would want the board to think about, are we being short-sighted by only?
Agree. Yes.
I hate to raise the tuition, but from a public education standpoint, never leave money on the table. Oh, you know, I've dealt with that is, and I would certainly commend tuition is because you never know what the states are going to do. So, my theory, never leave any money on the table.
Other comments?
Buddy, just to clarify, so the in-state students, 189, right? So, but with our back on there, it's actually 191, 192.
Yeah, if you had the $8, yes.
Yeah.
So this is just the actual.
And it would be another $3. So then what would the rate be? 191 or 192?
197. Sorry.
Okay.
Took me a minute.
I don't math. 97.
Well, I'm up here. Math goes out the window for me too. So
I think we can all say that even with the $3 increase, we're still the best product in the state.
The question, if we do vote yes on this, we are voting for that rationale as well, correctly? Correct. We vote yes, the rationale behind that is for attract and retain top faculty and staff talent and expand our student support services. That's it. So we're agreeing with that vote. That is the
And that's just looking down the road knowing we still have 4 Huron options. So is that what what PLT is actually requesting, Dr. Carl? Are they saying that in order to continue to have the best and brightest and staff and faculty that we need in order to cover that cost that we foresee happening, we probably should go ahead and accept this?
The answer is yes. And last PLT meetings came up and this month PLT adopted $3. A couple other points here is that adopting comping class, have the ability to adjust salaries as well. You have to base that off funds. And so this sets us up for major items that KCTCS will have to address. Very quickly, a second point. I'd like to explore scheduling of our, here we are in March. Don't know what the General Assembly is going to update quite yet. TPE then will adopt tuition caps, which is something that you'd actually now serving on that board. So it's hard to develop predictability in the budget. I think maybe one of the things we look at this summer is what the runway looks like, possible tuition adjustments in the future, given the fact that we're working on imperfect information right now. We don't know what the state's going to allocate. But believe me, I was interested in Regent CPE, very sensitive towards tuition rates. We did consider tuition freeze as a possible proposal today. We did talk with legislators about what they're well, but the recommendation is this year, take it to $3. We can adjust for comping class, address salary adjustments as well. With the understanding, we may want to revamp timeline of how we approach this group of years.
And just to add to that, especially for the students, if they are watching, someone might see us voting on this. As a student, I just want to say that this for us wouldn't make so much. Yes, it is an increase significantly, but doesn't make so much difference for us as a student. However, it will make a lot of difference for helping KCTC to growing. So I just want to tell everybody that we should look at this as a positive thing, not as a negative. Yes, increasing tuition, I don't think is very good when you say it like that, but will help us very much. So keep that in mind.
And, Acting Vice President Combs, if you could please, for the sake of the board, discuss the bifurcated way that CPP passed tuition last year with the $7 for 3.
The way they did it for us, because they do it for different for the regional and
For
the,
us.
and the.
Because it would address Regent finance statement.
So yeah, so CPE in their process is they set the tuition rates for 2 years in a row. And we're off cycle with the biennial budget and stuff. So what they do is they set the tuition rate, and basically they give us a limit, and this year it was 3.85% total increase over 2 years, which equates to basically a $7 tuition increase over 2 years. And then they make a decision that the state in-state tuition for 1 year cannot be more than $4 in 1 year. So you can do, so basically last year we could have done a $3 and then come back this year and do a $4. Last year we could have done a $3 and then, come back. We could have done a $2, but we could only go up to $4. So we would lose a couple of dollars in that instance. So we always, in the past, our history is to go with the maximum amount the first year and then go to the next amount in the second year. But those rates are set by CPE and their finance committee.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have kind of something anecdotal just because I did it yesterday. It's fresh on my brain. And then also a question just I want to clarify. So we're up 13% in revenue, correct? We're down 7% budgeted at this. So anecdotally, I want to let you guys know I enrolled a student yesterday for a CIT 105 class, an entry-level digital literacy requirement to graduate. That student would now pay $591 for that class, and their textbook is $80. So that one entry-level computer class is going to cost them $671. Doing this on the backs of our students. And last year when we were asked to do this, we asked for what were we going to do with that $4, right? That we raised tuition last year. But what did we do with the $4? How did we invest that in our students? For the president.
I think we're going to be investing that with our common class.
Right, but I'm asking, how did we invest the $4? How did that actually turn out? How did we invest that $4 per student?
I think we got a $2,000 raise to our base salary, which almost equaled out $4.
Once again, we asked last year. We remember when we were asked to raise tuition, asked all of the presidents. They all got up to the mic. They told us how they intended to spend that $4. So now I'm asking, how did we spend that $4? Feel free to.
PLT. Please use the mic.
So I'm Scott Williams from Owensboro. To answer your question, primarily most of that went towards the raise. So it was towards the raise. And I can only speak to our institution, but we also invested into a centralized advising process and hired a couple of student success coaches so that we could meet that demand to help support our students. So those would be the two areas.
I know it's not the fun thing to say that we put it towards people, but if that's benefiting our students, then that's.
Yeah. Obviously, keeping our employers on top of their game benefits our team members, keep that benefits our students. And like I say, we've invested in we have been investing for several years to really upgrade our student support services. And so we use some of that money. That would be a direct support to our students. So, and we saw some success with it. Persistence rate went up 2 percentage points. I would say that was a wise investment. So thank you.
Yeah, I see just from large strokes, the $4 for E-Town didn't even cover the $2,000 raises that we get. So, you know, we had kind of preliminarily thought about $1,000 increases, but then when the tuition raise was set, I think the board kind of decided to go to $2,000 per employee. But for us, the $4 tuition increase based on the year prior, you know, our enrollment projections didn't even cover that amount. So the entire $4 went toward that. Now, we've been blessed with enrollment increase too. Can't count on that from year to year, but because of that, okay, we're fine this year in budgetary shape. But the other broad stroke item I would like to mention is, you know, it's not just that our people are underpaid. You know, I think a lot of our units, probably all of our units, are overworked and underpaid. So I think a lot of what we think about as well as we're trying to address these non-academic barriers and things with our students is how do we infuse more positions into our budget? Because that's really, we're very, very seldom afforded the opportunity to cut the amount of work we have to do. So the only way to address the overworked portion of what we think about as leaders in this system is to get more personnel, more human capital into the colleges to more fairly distribute that work. So we focus so much on the underpaid portion. I'm very thankful for that. I want us to do that. But, you know, we also have to go back and find out how can we get more advising positions? How can we get more faculty positions or, you know, student non-academic barrier support positions. So that's really in this, the large stroke buckets. The other thing that I will say that we are trying to do with our enrollment revenue growth is when we had to go through COVID, E-Town had to cut our operating budgets for academic programs or student support units by about 30%. We still haven't been able to get that back up to 2019 level funding. So when we look at additional revenue, we're also trying to reinfuse, you know, those operating budgets back up to where they were.
Phil Neal, South Central Kentucky. I remember the conversation from last year, and I think one of the things I had mentioned to you is that we wanted to invest in a new scholarship program that we had put in place the previous fall to incentivize more of our students who take dual credit to matriculate with us, as well as incentivize people who would not have otherwise thought or been able to afford going to college in what we call our merit scholarship. That's an in-house scholarship program that we put together. We did that. We expanded that program. We surveyed those students just a couple of weeks ago. And what we found is that of those students who came to us on that scholarship, 1 out of 4 said they would not have been able to go to college anywhere with us, a university, in-state, out-of-state, anything. And so it has really made a big difference. Many more students said, over 50% of the students, if I remember the study right, said that it allowed them, the ones who started early on in this program, allowed them to finish without going into debt, without taking out student loans. So these funds do help our students directly. And then as we were talking about some of the personnel, taking care of the personnel, that's a service to our student. Having the right people, high quality employees to serve our students is a direct benefit to our students. But I just wanted to mention some of the scholarship funds that are funneled directly to students.
Thank you.
Ty Handy with Jefferson Community and Technical College. We ended up with about $1.2 million paid out in salary increases as a result of the 2%, as a result of the $2,000 pay raise. We brought in less than $1 million as a result of the $4 tuition increase. So we actually had to rebalance our budget. We're in that situation almost every year. And in the 9 years I've been here, I believe our supply budgets, operating supplies for faculty and staff in the classroom, out of the classroom, are still where they were a decade ago, because there's barely enough money to make those ends meet. And one thing I do want to point out is the system, the way the CPE manages tuition increases, they do it over a 2-year period, like Buddy said. If you're in this second year and we don't do that $3 increase, they're going to ignore that next year when they set the rates. We'll never be able to capture that revenue stream. And yet we're barely balancing our budgets when we present a balanced budget because of salary increases. And we're trying to make a commitment, I think, as a system going forward, that we're going to try to include salary increases as a base part of our budget building. And I think we need to keep that in mind. That's the right thing to do. We've been needing to do it for 20 years. But it does require that we think about a revenue stream that helps allow that to happen. So it's costing us people if we don't pay them competitively. We don't have the supplies we need to have. We haven't been able to grow that. Travel for conferences and things of that sort for faculty, it's under $100 per faculty member that we're able to give faculty to go to conferences a year. They have to go beg, borrow, and steal from their colleagues, and only a few get to go each year because we've had to limit that so severely because our tuition increases are quite frankly sparse. And so to leave one on the table is really problematic because we don't get to go back and ever pick it up again.
Absolutely appreciate what you're saying, but don't you feel like that's the model? I mean, I've been on this board long enough to kind of see now where it feels like we're chasing our tail. We're increasing salaries, and then we're increasing our salaries so we can pay our employees so we can get more students. So do you see what I'm saying? So
I do, but I think the board's influence this past year has helped the system, and by system I mean all of us, recognize that we can't build a budget and then wait to see if there's money left over to give our employees a pay raise. That is a backwards model, and we've followed that for too long. And the commitment now is to think about putting that increase in when we're building the budget and then fighting like a dog to keep it there. Or what have you. And that's a substantial change in operating behavior. But it's an important change that we need to make. And I think looking at these tuition increases, because they're really minor, right? What's the consumer price index going up this year? We're not even hitting that figure in terms of tuition increase. And so I think, I'll just leave it at that. I think it's important that we think about a steady revenue stream if we're going to think about steady salary increases. And I'm not talking about an exorbitant increase in either group. They just need to balance each other out.
I mean, so generally speaking, do most of the presidents anticipate this $3 increase going to cover the human capital in your building? I mean, just honestly, I mean, if we're being honest here.
I expect it to not cover everything that we need.
It won't quite cover it all.
Exactly. I expect to find money elsewhere to help make this happen.
Thanks, PLT. Yes.
I want to continue advocating for students because I understand in the rationale that the argument that we're going for is that money is going towards. I really think some sort of marketing campaign towards student services on campus really help by from the student perspective those costs because I have access to the hub pantry on Jefferson's campus. I'm able to get food a month and don't have to go grocery shopping. Also able to get clothes from the hub if needed. I have access to a student coach. I have access to advising, the library, all of those student services I've had to go and search for. My previous experience at another university, that's as soon as I came in there saying, hey, give you this person, this advisor that's going to follow you throughout your collegiate career. I don't feel like specifically at Jefferson, I told of all those resources right up front. Really think it on a website or student is applying to Jefferson saying, hey, you do have access and doing work programs and specifically partnering with UPS, like in addition to saying get your tuition paid for, you have access to these services, which you cannot get at a public university. And then seeing those tuition rates, comparing that to see benefit analysis between the two beneficial.
Can I make a quick comment and have a question? And I really appreciate the comments the president's and something that Dr. Handy referenced And part of that is, as we think about ways we can deliver our services more efficiently and more effectively, is to kind of the room, so to speak. You know, if we're talking about conferences rather than sending people to conferences, you know, we hosted conferences and brought in national speakers at a much reduced cost and been able to educate the mass of staff, students, community members, and faculty, being the host site. Really good PR, you know, for your college, and it definitely is savings that you can educate more people by national experts and sending people. So as we think about spending those funds, I know the presidents are extremely wise about that, but it's some of the ways just to think differently and operate differently moving forward. Said, we don't always do things the same way because we've always done it that way. Got to think about it differently. But I would like to know from the system perspective, we've talked about it from the colleges, but have we recognized a benefit at the system level where the system is able to actually leverage service that supports students in mass across 16 colleges through this? Like, have we been able to take on a new vendor to provide a very important service to students and to colleges? Any of this money, has that been any of it benefit wide? Like a vendor that would offer, we have Blackboard. You get that cheaper because the system actually works contract and colleges benefit from it. Are there other system level services that have been acquired? Some to support students with
in the past year, nothing like that. I mean, we currently, you know, we do the payroll shared services model. We have the financial aid centralized services model. We also have the, and I'm going to get the terminology wrong on this one, but the recruitment model that we have for all of our student leads and prospects to get them enrolled into classes. And then, you know, we're currently looking at some other, Dr. House and his team are looking at some RFPs in regards to some other student services to consolidate some of the contracts that we already have possibly into one contract that will do everything that the colleges are needing. So we do have plans in the future to, at the system level, to provide some of those statewide services across the state.
Isn't that part of our PMO project?
It is.
To consolidate and to look at these contracts and renegotiate them.
Yes.
Or benefit us.
Right.
So that should be ongoing.
Always.
Okay, and I'd like to make a statement too. You know, the CPE, I mean, takes into careful consideration on what we are allowed to increase our tuitions. As you can tell, they give us a moderate amount to be able to increase them. I think by increasing our tuitions to whatever they have decided that is acceptable, and with our means of efficiencies, we're going to be able to help offset some of this comp in class. And it's good to hear that we are making some headway with reducing costs and increasing our revenues. That's going to help all of us with the comp in class.
Yes.
Yes.
Just to add one more thing, because I don't want no one to get with a better taste at the end to have that in their mouth. I heard also a part of those money, they are going towards the scholarship. And I want to point out something very important about KCTC, students especially. Even I, as a student that doesn't benefit financially because I don't qualify, I still receive scholarships. So KCTC helps out a lot. And why $4 can sound a lot, to think of all the help that we are receiving. And this is because we are improving KCTC. So let's look at this increasement as I heard over there, going towards people that actually need it.
Quick follow-up question. $8 bill, when does that roll off?
You're asking me to do math in my head. I think it's another 12 years. It's a 20-year, our bond is for 20 years. I'm going to say it's another 12 years. We've been almost 8 years into the process now. I can check into that and get you a definite answer, but I'm almost sure it's like 12 years for.
Okay, we've had a healthy discussion about our tuition increase, so it's time. I'd like to hear a motion to accept the $3 per hour credit increase. Okay. Regent Heron and then Regent Hodges made the second. Parliamentarian Duncan.
Chair Moulton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton, Regent Whit. Regent Bynum. Regent Girdler. Regent Green. Yes. Regent Hurdy. Regent Hodges. Regent Jackson. Regent Martin. Yes. Regent Rabinowitz. Regent Stevens.
Yes.
And Regent Secretary Wilson. So we have 1.5 votes as nay, and the rest are yes. So the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Vice President Combs, look over the KCTCS budget scenarios, including employee compensation. Agenda item.
Yeah, so in your document, there's a lot of numbers in there, so I'll be brief in regards to this. So just to let you know, in the current fiscal year that we're in, basically we had $195 million was what the budget came out to. The executive budget that has been proposed, which was the governor's budget, it increased it to $212,196,500. The governor's budget actually did increase, showed an increase in our trains funding. They actually doubled it. And the other opportunity that we're facing is that our fire and tornado insurance, basically, and flood insurance, basically went up almost 200%. So in each of the budgets, the executive budget, the House bill budget, and the Senate budget that came out yesterday, they're going to supplement us to cover the increased cost for the next 2 years. In the House budget, they offered us $206,729,800. We still had the trains went back to just the $4 million in that one in the House budget, and we still got the fire and tornado insurance of $4,637,000. The Senate budget came out yesterday, so I've got some really rough notes. This is not in your document because it just came out yesterday. But in the Senate bill, basically we're averaging about $233,209,900. Part of that was the trains money stayed exactly the same as we've always had at the $4 million. The Senate bill gave us the fire and tornado insurance for the $4 million. Also in that, they also gave us some litigation money. It's about $90,000. We're trying to determine exactly what that represents. I was under the impression it was going to be for our audit, but trying to
interrupt.
Go ahead.
Clarification.
Yeah.
But we hope that is a reference to.
Yeah. That one,
seeking clarification.
That one threw me off when the verbiage. In addition to that, in the Senate budget, they've got basically $100 million provided to KCTCS for efficiency and operations on an internal plan, which was they fully referenced in the Senate bill, Senate Joint Resolution 179 as well. So right now, I mean, all of the bills look pretty favorable for KCTCS. A couple better than the House bill, but this is where we stand right now. Dr. Quarles has been with the legislators advocating for more funds. Dr. Quarles, do you have anything that you want to add to that, or?
A few other things that they maintain the dual credit where it's at. Of course, that's always been a big issue about half price services. Half price for dual credit, which is a great opportunity for our high school students. In fact, our bottom line. Secondly, an increase in work ready scholarship. We initially asked for $60 million. House proposed 10.8, put in an additional $5 million, about a little over $15 million for that. So that's great. So we're going to conference and inevitably pre-conference. Last thing I have is it's very interesting that Senate version second fiscal year of the biennium, they actually increased our asset preservation pool by $30 million, contingent upon progress of what we can do with the Heron report, other optimization. I think that we're seeing the Senate joint rep. So it appears that on the Senate version, there's a carrot here. So progress, perhaps we can afford capital project somewhere in the system. And there is legislation that addresses the fire tornado insurance about 255%. These reasons, the other universities are dealing with it, well, not KCTCS, but there is legislation that would perhaps allow us to shop more open providers. Don't know if that will actually save us money or not. Sure. And the last thing on the budget is that we will be asking for language that would allow us needed to sell property, paying partial revenue sales. This has happened before. And so we're hoping for an incentive for us to offload assets that are necessary.
In addition, you covered my last section, but in addition on the expenses and looking at the higher education price index, they're estimating for FY25 that our inflationary increase would be anywhere between 3 to 4.5%. In addition, we're kind of looking at our state health insurance premiums. They've been increasing over the years. I will have to say they did increase almost 16% for the current fiscal year, but we were able to manage to keep the employee portion the same as the previous year. Whether we're able to do that again next year, that's yet to be determined on the cost insurance. So we're looking about a $4.6 million increase in health insurance going into next year. I'll go ahead and skip the asset preservation. Dr. Quarles already covered that piece. The last piece is the employee compensation. So basically, from your all's recommendation moving forward, all the colleges that are currently in their current budget process, we're budgeting a 3% cost of living adjustment. So every college right now is currently budgeting into their budget a 3% cost of living adjustment. In your documentation, we have given you the spreadsheet of what the cost would be, whether it's a point. The board will make a decision on what that cost of living adjustment will be, probably it'll have to be at our June board meeting. But we built into the budget a 3% increase. That's what you all requested. That's what we're doing. In June, you all will make a decision on what that actual increase will be from 0.5% up to 3%. That estimated calculation is in your board document for each of the colleges on what that cost would be. Overall, if you go with the 3%, we're looking about $8.8 million if we do a 3% across the board cost of living adjustment. One of the other opportunities that we're looking to define is this a true cost of living adjustment where it impacts all employees regardless of their performance? Or are we going to put stipulations on this on whether or not they have to do at least a meets or above to get this? So that's another opportunity that we're looking for guidance on moving forward. The other spreadsheet that you have in your board material is the class and comp projections. This data is what I received as of February the 26th is what's in your board document. It lists each college, the number of individuals that are impacted, and the cost that would take these individuals up to the minimum of the salary schedule that you approved in December with the 43% benefit cost. And as of February the 26th of 2024, that projection is $4.7 million is what it would cost in the class and comp to bring up the individuals that when they got mapped into their new position,
that they were below the minimum of the salary schedule that you all approved in December. So that's the cost. This part has not been budgeted. This part is not budgeted at this time. Only the 3% cost of living adjustment is being budgeted. We'll have the final numbers, as Bridget said here, probably tomorrow. And then the colleges will able to actually build that into their budget from there. But as of February the 26th, that cost was $4.7 million with benefits.
It was anticipated and budgeted.
They're anticipating.
Okay. I mean, it wasn't maybe properly budgeted on that line item, but the colleges did anticipate this.
And most all of them have been aware of, because they've been working with HR and everything to see what that cost is going to be. But so I wanted to provide you all that information as well. It's in your board documentation.
I'm not seeing it. I'm looking in the wrong place.
You're not, okay?
Seeing it.
We will make sure it gets out there. I could do this number here.
Walk around the table.
Okay, sorry, apologies. I should have checked that. But yeah, both of the spreadsheets of the breakdown of the 3% and the comp and class, I'll get that to you here before the day's out.
And Buddy, once again, how much was the 3% increase?
So a 3% cost of living adjustment, as of this was February as well, would be $8.8 million. And then the projected class and comp by mapping everybody into the new positions would be $4.7 million on top of that.
So that's $13.5 million. How much is our tuition increase going to net us?
So the tuition increase, if our enrollment stays steady, is $3.6 million.
So we're going to have to make up almost $10 million to cover it.
That's correct.
Which one comes first? Raise or the class and comp?
So I'm going to say it hasn't been determined yet, but I would say the class and comp would come first. And then whatever board decides as a cost of living adjustment would be next. Prior history, but things can change.
So, Chairman, it is worth noting that Conversations PLT, they're already looking in a possible 3% adjustment. That could change as we talk again, big picture about the budget, work system wide, but that's something that be happening right now.
So this is what we're preparing for. This is what all the college business officers and the presidents are looking at based on the executive budget, the House bill, and the Senate budget, and what actually gets signed on the dotted line. We will bring back to you in June a full proposal for our FY25 budget.
Chairman, I did neglect to mention one pretty big change in the Senate budget. But again, it's just less than a day old. Senator Gibbons, he's been champion for performance-based funding. Actually doubled it for all institutions. It's actually a large infusion of funds for all education. So we would be going, if the Senate version, final version, $22 million to over $40 million just for KCTCS. Now, four institutions currently that does not receive funding. Senator Gibbons has a separate piece of legislation that would improve that metric. Again, I think that our opportunity to address increasing funding performance-based, but yet we still have our institutions do not receive that. I think that's going to be a great discussion point over the summer. If some adjustments can be made. The good news is that they decided to double that investment. And so just Regent Bertler, very familiar with. Next couple of weeks will be, how would you describe? Hectic.
Hectic and critical.
We're going to be camping out Capitol Cup and we're going to be available. We're also generating a one-pager last stretch.
And on the performance funding note, we did get our numbers certified by CPE because the Senate version came out yesterday. Brendan Lahane in our office hasn't been able to take those numbers and do the performance allocation for the colleges, but we're also going to, there's legislation to change our metrics as well. And we're working on those proposed changes and how it impacts our colleges. We do believe in our first estimates that out of those 4 colleges that never got performance funding, 2 of them are possibly going to get performance funding now. So seems like we're moving in a good direction in that way. So that's what I have on budget scenarios moving forward.
Okay, Buddy, while you're up there, there's no action to be taken.
There's no action on this. It was informational purposes only.
While you're up there, will you go ahead and cover capital projects while we check on lunch?
Sure. So I'll start with the interim project approval for Fire Commission property acquisition. Basically, the Fire Commission would like to purchase property in an industrial park in Mount Sterling, Kentucky, and this property would allow the Fire Commission to move District 9 offices and the regional coordinator from farmers in Rowan County to this property located 20 miles west on I-64. This will also allow the Fire Commission to move candidate physical ability testing, CPAT, site from Paris to this location in Mount Sterling, which will be a larger and more accommodating process. The Fire Commission would also have the option to move their IFSAC testing offices and other Fire Commission officers to this location, which will allow growth and demand in this location. With us here, we have representative from the Fire Commission, if you have any questions in regards to this. But basically, we're recommending the board approve this interim project in the amount of $4 million for the Fire Commission. And these will come out of their Fire Commission's state funds.
Any questions?
Chair Martin, in the context of the Huron,
Can you repeat the question?
As we think about the efficiencies that we're talking about through the Huron study, and then we're looking at this capital project and all the other ones, I think, that you're going to be talking about, through the lens of the Huron study for efficiencies and initiatives we have at the top of it.
Yeah, so for my interpretation, the locations they're in now is smaller. And by moving to this location, they'll have more space to train more firefighters. And I'll open it up to you guys if you want to add any more to that.
We're going to consolidate several offices, which will reduce our output that we have to put into the existing offices. This will also, the present office that we have there in Moorhead, we've attempted to purchase property there because we do need to expand our training resources there, and they just will not sell to us. It's an industrial park as well. Moving to this location will allow us to open up and be able to further have more students, have more facilities and props for the students to use.
And these come out of existing funds?
Yes. That are dedicated to Fire Commission, yes.
I'm sorry, because I'm Maysville, so I've got a vested interest in Moorhead. So you're saying that they, in the industrial area, they're not letting you expand there? Or it's just
We've
too
approached them multiple times off of different sections of the property there in the industrial park, and they will not sell to us. Said they have some possible growth going on there. Do not consider us a growth.
because everything you're talking about here is in our service region. So, you know, so I'm pretty curious about it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Buddy, you're asking us to approve a $4 million.
That's correct.
Request.
Request the board to approve an interim project for the Fire Commission in the amount of $4 million.
Do I hear a motion to accept this request? Moved by Regent Whitten, second. Second by Regent Rabinowitz. Okay.
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Wood,
Yes.
Regent Biden, yes, Regent Girdler,
Aye.
Regent Griffin, yes, Regent Hardy,
Yes.
Regent Hodges.
Yes.
Regent Jackson. Regent Martin. Regent Rabinowitz. Regent Stevens. The vote is unanimous. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Okay, buddy, one more project here.
Yes, so we're requesting the board approve the scope of increase for the Jefferson Community and Technical College parking garage. This has been brought to you multiple times. However, this time, due to the last bid that we received, the bid was over the amount that the board approved. So basically, we're requesting the board approve a $7 million increase for the Jefferson Construction Parking Garage. And if Dr. Handy would like to speak about some of the challenges that they're running into with the cost of these estimates of getting this garage built.
This has been a difficult process, to say the least. For 50 years now, the downtown primary campus of Jefferson has longed to be able to clean up the center part of its campus. If you've been by there before, as the president of the school, I'm almost embarrassed to say it's probably the ugliest community college in the country, because the downtown area is nothing, or the downtown campus is nothing but a 520 space parking lot. And so students have to walk in between, up and down through the cars to get from building to building, and it doesn't feel like a college. And so we've dreamed of doing this. The college has dreamed of doing this for years and years and years. We started about 8-9 years ago doing everything we could to put back the funding for this project, because we knew we needed to build a new science building. That construction has been awarded. The construction starts in the next couple of weeks, and it uses a third of that parking lot. So we knew we needed additional parking for that. That's what this parking garage is intended to do. It takes a third of that parking lot. And then the center space of the campus is going to be transformed into a college green. So it'll actually feel like a college. And the mayor's office says it'll be the largest green space in downtown Louisville, not called Waterfront Park, along the Ohio River. So we're excited about the transition. It's going to create a new sense of pride in place for our students. So I think they love our faculty. They love their educational experience. They're not real pleased or proud of the environment, of the actual physical environment of the college. So we've got a chance here. The stars have aligned to fix this. We went to bid with this project back in the fall, and only one bidder came out of that, and that bid was high. So we rejected that bid. State and the system were involved in that with us, or whatever, but that bid was rejected, and we decided to rebid the project. But we knew going back into the rebidding that we were likely to have to spend a little more money on this project. So the bids came in just 2 days ago, maybe, and there were 3 bidders this time, and they were more competitive in terms of their bid. Actually, I think there were 2 that were actually responsive to the bid, but they were all more competitive. So we're asking for this increase because, quite frankly, if we build this science building, we take what is a problem for parking for our students in the downtown campus, and we turn it into a real emergency situation because we're taking a couple hundred prime spaces to build that. So we need this parking structure to be able to complete the vision for the college going forward. And the college has saved and has sufficient reserves to be able to make this investment. So we're comfortable that this is a good investment for the college. It's going to set that campus up for the next 30 or 40 years, I think, with a beautiful college campus that looks and feels like a college. I'll take questions.
Thank you. And Dr. Handy, my last point is that these funds are from their carry forward fund balance that they've saved over the years to take care of this.
That's correct. So the state is helping us with the academic buildings that we're putting in place, but this parking structure is not something that the state would fund. So we knew 10 years ago we had to save the money to be able to put this parking structure in place.
The second time this board has about this?
Yes, and that was back when we had the first bid and it came in so high, and we wanted to go back and redo this.
It was last fall.
That was last fall. I'm going to say August.
Okay.
Being a student at Jefferson and knowing the campus, to ensure the board can have an understanding of this project would entail, even though you did vote on this last August. If I'm correct, Dr. Handy, are we taking down Hartford Hall?
So that's phase 2. That won't be a part of this first piece, but Hartford Hall has our science labs in it. And so there's no way we can do anything to that building until we have replicated those science labs. So the real issue that was facing us, well, for the last 15 years, Hartford Hall has either been the #1 or #2 project in the system for renovation. But it's a 12-story monstrosity that was not designed well for academics or what have you. And it was going to be a $50 or $60 million project to renovate that. And the community college system simply doesn't have the capacity with 15 other colleges to shift that kind of money to one project. So the state came in and looked at that Hartford Tower, and they agreed renovating it would be less efficient than building 2 separate structures that are actually manageable and are new and state of the art. And it would cost no more to do that. So they've approved Phase A, which is what we're talking about with the science building. Phase B is with the legislature now, is being considered. And we'll know, its status here coming up. But what we're talking about now is the Phase A piece of that. And at the end of the day, we'll have 2 buildings whose square footage footprint will be less than the Hartford Tower. Hartford Tower is a 12-story building, and it's just not efficiently designed. So we're actually going to be a lot more efficient from a utilities and space utilization standpoint once these 2 projects are complete.
Now, what will we do with that space once Phase A is over?
So once Phase A is over, I hope shortly on the heels of that, we're entering Phase B, which will mean dropping that Hartford Tower and building in its footprint a smaller, probably 3-story structure, not a 12-story structure, a 3-story structure that will house our math and some of our humanities programs. So this is also a very STEM-focused transition because we're building a science building and then a math-focused facility. We about 4 or 5 years ago, we opened the AMIT building, which is our manufacturing technology, information technology structure. So we're really trying to invest in those high-wage, high-skill career paths.
The majority of this costs more courses, and I say that planning advisory board, you see requests cycle back around sometimes where they were not able to start, and then we end up cost of the materials.
Yeah, I'm going to say about half of the extra cost is due to inflation and just the difficult. I mean, this is a parking structure is heavy duty concrete work. Concrete had quite a bit of inflation early on. It's not so bad lately, but that price increase is still built into the cost of concrete. So that was the first sort of sticker shock of it. Secondly, when we first planned on building this parking structure, and we first started talking about it 7 or 8 years ago, we did not intend to put it in that parking lot. So we thought we would be able to preserve some of those parking spaces. Well, when we found out we weren't able to acquire the property we needed, we're pretty much place bound with our location. We had to put it in that location. That meant we needed 100 or so more spaces. So we've had to add an extra deck to the top of that structure. So we don't actually have a net loss of parking spaces. We need a net increase. So that I'm going to call that half of the increase as well. It isn't all inflation. Yes.
Good question. If I understand wrong, you correct me if I'm wrong. This was presented also last year through this budget.
That's correct. Right.
For more money than is now.
That's correct.
So my question is, if you remade a budget and it's less money right now, how do we know that over time actually we not require much more than this one?
So at this point, we have bids that have been submitted and we have construction costs. So the bids have been opened and there's 2 bids and we're basing this request off of making sure there's enough money in there to complete the project. Okay. There's also, I think, a 10% contingency in that number. And so when you're talking 27 million, there's almost $3 million in contingency. We're going to be very careful and get most of that back.
Any other questions?
All right, just to continue, just kind of explaining how Jefferson campus is set up. Since they've closed Thornton's gas station across the street, I feel a little safer on campus. However, I still just, of course, seeing people through the bars all the time. You never know what's going to happen. So I'm constantly on a swivel, walking through the parking lot, going to my classes. But then if we are forming that main student lot to the parking structure, and the building on Broadway would then be converted to that science building. And then that parking lot is essentially converted into green space, plus the structure, more of an open campus. So at least students feel a little more
know what's going on. It's public, so you can't exactly say who can't come in and out of campus, but at least it's more centered to where our security is very active. So students are able to call security anytime. They can get around a lot quicker. I think that would also students stay on campus because being a student at Jefferson, there's nothing to do. So a lot of classes, we just built a cafe, so actually students might take their food outside, spend more time on campus, so then we can continue to evolve as an institution and be able to do a lot more for downtown Louisville.
And I will say, we're the most diverse institution in the state, and that includes about 1,000 students who are students whose high school degree comes from outside the United States. Many of those students are there all day long. If you were to walk through our campus anytime during the day, you would think we were 50% international students, because those students get dropped off in the morning, they're there all day. And this is an effort to invest in the amenities of the campus, to make them feel more comfortable and to have a place that they can stay at all day long and not feel like they can't move around the campus. So it has a significant safety piece as well.
Okay, do I hear a motion to accept the increase? I have a motion by Regent Hodges and a second by Regent Jackson. Yes.
Chair Hamilton, Secretary Whit. Yes. Regent Finan. Yes. Regent Cartledge. Regent Green. Yes. Regent Purdy. Regent Hodges. Yes. Regent Jackson. Regent Martin. Yes. Regent Rabinowitz. Yes. Regent Stevens. Right. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are running very smoothly, and I'm very proud of us for doing that. So it's now to the point that we could take lunch. Is everybody hungry? So, what, 30 minutes? So be back here at 12:50. Will that be okay? Okay then. So we'll be adjourned until 12:50. the staff has given us some KCTCS pens, so make sure you take those and wear them proudly. Appreciate it.
Someone wants? I have two, actually three.
Take two. I have 8 and I still can't find them.
I'm going to have.
We all got 2, so.
Washing machine.
Okay, then I don't feel bad of keeping them.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and get started. Next agenda item is ratification of personnel actions. Sorry.
I'm going to actually be up here at the podium and talk about something other than compensation for once, okay? So I am seeking, you all have in your materials, the personnel actions for the system for the period of October 31st, 2023 through January 31st of 2024. We're seeking ratification of those personnel actions via a vote of the board. I do want to just make note, as you're looking through those materials, you would note that there are 5 colleges that unfortunately saw passing of employees during this period. So we just want those families and friends and colleagues to know that we certainly are sending our thoughts and prayers to those family members that have been impacted by those deaths. Very sad.
Do a moment of silence to recognize.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. A moment of silence.
Silence to recognize them. Thank you.
Here, I'll just add to Bruce's report. I understand this is a pretty routine action by the board, and I introduced new members of our team here at the system office earlier today. With their additions, and of course, we'll be selecting a finalist for HR, CFO. Vote is on the way.
Okay, any questions about the ratification? Personnel actions? Do I hear a vote? Motion, I'm sorry. Do I hear a motion? So moved by Regent Finan. Second? Second by Regent Hamilton.
Chair Martin.
Aye.
Chair Hamilton.
Yes.
Secretary Whitten. She has not returned yet. Regent Finan. Yes. Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Gray. Yes. Hodges. Yes. Regent Johnson. Yes. Regent Martin. Regent Rabinowitz. Yes. And Regent Stevens.
Yes.
All right. The vote is unanimous, but.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Joe. Heard it go. Yes. I saw a shit employee. Okay, the vote is unanimous, though it should be noted that Regent Whitten is present but not currently in the room.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next on the agenda is a quorum and voting procedure. Parliamentarian General Counsel Pam.
So this is a revisit of an action item that was supposed to go to vote a year ago at the March meeting. But because of the everything that was on our plates at that time, considering the state examination and various other matters, we removed as many items from the agenda as possible that were not urgent. And this particular one was an item that we removed, but we want to bring it back up because it is time. It was reposted by Ms. Diatley to the virtual workspace. A couple of people did take a look at it again. There were no particular changes to it. But basically, this is before you based on your bylaws. And also, as you remember, your bylaws refer to the statutes. And the statutes refer to the weight of each one's vote and also to what is a quorum. So we are just codifying in policy and procedure the manner in which you vote. It should typically be roll call, but can at times be by hand, which we did with minutes. We are clarifying that quorum is about members and not about the number of votes. And we are simply talking about how all of your processes flow. Those will be basically what you abide by. And if something is not in statute, something is not in bylaws, something is not in policy or procedure, we then revert to Robert's rules. So at any time you feel like something should not be left up to Robert's rules, that is when a board member should bring to the chair or to the secretary that they would like to have something added to policy and procedure that makes it specific about how we vote, how we operate, all of that. So as you know, this will tell you what a consent agenda is, a consensus vote, roll call vote, what you do if you are going to recuse yourself, should you feel like you have a conflict of interest, and what you do if you're going to. So it's just very explicit about our quorum and our. Are there any questions?
Seems like it's pretty straightforward.
One final comment that there are a lot of areas in the bylaws that indicate that the board will promulgate policies and procedures surrounding certain items. We have slowly been doing that. We're hoping we can pick up the pace and make sure that the board has all of its policies in place as we move.
Okay, any further discussion? Do I hear a motion to accept? Okay. Regent Finan and second by Regent Heron.
Take the roll call. Chair Martin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton.
Yes.
Regent Witt. Regent Finan. Yes. Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green. Regent Herding.
Yes.
Regent Hodges. Regent Jackson. Regent Martin. Regent Rabinowitz. And Regent Stevens.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, I'll ask Associate Vice President of Office of Research, Policy and Analysis, Alicia Crouch, to give her presentation.
Good afternoon. So I'm here to talk today about where we are with the strategic plan. So as you all know, we set a 4-year strategic plan this time. What we've found in the past is that our strategic plans can get a little stale if they're too long. So by the end of the last strategic planning cycle, 6 years, it was 6 years long, we didn't have a lot of those goals and targets that were really reflective of where we were at that time. So for this strategic planning cycle, we did set it at 4 years. That's 2-year cycles of the budget. And shockingly enough, we're almost halfway through. So in 3.5 months, we will be halfway through the strategic planning cycle. So what I wanted to do today is to give a little update about where we were 1 year into the strategic plan, and then hopefully come back in September to talk about that halfway through point. So as a reminder, for the first time, we have a strategic plan that you can see all on one screen, all on one page. It is very focused on where we need to be. So there are 3 components to this strategic plan. So the first is organizational success, so increasing organizational success. And we really looked at that through 2 components. So one is to look at the infrastructure that we have and make sure that we have the appropriate infrastructure in place to be able to do the jobs that we need to do. So that's human, physical, and operational. And then the second one is to expand the recognition of the value of the system and the colleges. So that is our organization success goal. Within each of these objectives, we have one key performance indicator, what we like to refer to as KPIs. Again, very focused, very narrow, allows us to really look and see, are we making progress where we need to make progress? So for the organizational success, we're looking at 2 KPIs. The first is an employee retention rate, and then the second is alternative revenue. So our employee retention rate for that first year of the strategic plan did increase, and we're on track. We were above our target for that year one of the strategic plan cycle. Having such a narrow focus on the metrics allows us to really dig deeper into them. So what we really wanted to do this time, rather than just have an overview of all metrics, is to be able to dive in and say, are there gaps that we need to address? So with the employee retention rate specifically, we did see some gaps in terms of race ethnicity, in terms of our retention rate. So specifically in the Hispanic Latino, our Hispanic Latino retention rate is about 10 percentage points below our overall retention rate. So definitely a population that we need to focus on moving forward. So with the alternative revenue, this is a monitoring metric only. We don't have a target set for this metric because it can fluctuate from year to year. So as Dr. Reese from West Kentucky can tell you, they got a $15 million gift in 2021. That may not be, that is hard to get and hard to come by. So we did see a bit of a decline in the between 21-22 and 2022-23 in the amount of grants and advancement dollars that we received, but we are still well above where we were historically. So the next goal in our strategic plan is to increase employment success. So here we're really looking at doing that by expanding the workforce training to ensure the skilled talent to meet the employer and economic development trends. So here our KPI is to look at our targeted industry sector credentials. So how many people are we awarding credentials to in those state identified targeted industry sectors: healthcare, advanced manufacturing, construction, transportation, distribution, logistics, and missing one off the top of my head here. So how are we doing in those? So again, we've really increased in the number of the TIS credentials that we have awarded. We are on track to surpass our ultimate goal for 2026 this year, halfway through the strategic planning cycle. So that's fantastic. We really narrowed in the focus on those targeted industry sector credentials.
Is there the actual placements of the students?
So
that we award credentials, but do we know that they get them?
So that is next.
Okay.
So our also under increased employment success, we are looking at strengthening those industry and transfer partnerships. So making sure that we are teaching the right skills for people to get jobs and for people to transfer. And under that one, we are looking at our post-KCTCS outcomes. So that is lovely education speak language for, did people get jobs or did they transfer on to a four-year institution? So our post-KCTCS outcomes, we are again tracking up from where we were the year prior in year one. And it looks like we're going to again have an increase for the 23-24. We're about finished calculating that metric. So post KCTCS outcomes, we're looking, did somebody get a job above the poverty rate or did they transfer on to a four-year? So we see, so I can scroll down to that one. So we have a 27-page report that's in your board materials. You see a lot of charts and graphs. So I mentioned that we were able to drill down into these metrics a little bit more than we typically have in the past, given that we only have those 6 metrics. So for the post-KCTCS outcomes metric, so those blue bars indicate where we were historically. The gray bar indicates our baseline, where we took an average of where we had been those previous years. The gold indicates our targets for the metric. And then you'll see for 22-23, we placed 73.1% of our students went in, non-returning students, either entered employment or transferred into a four-year institution. Now, why don't we see 100% here? So we can scroll down a little bit. So these pie graphs up at the top show what happened to our students. So we said we're looking at both those transfer and those employment pieces. So you can see the percentages that transfer and employ there and are employed there. And then of those people that we identified as not successful, what happened to those folks? So we see 12.5% of our students in the workforce, but making below poverty wages. And then we see 14.3% of students where we don't know the outcome of those students. Our tracking mechanisms aren't perfect. So we are not able to track right now students who are self-employed or students who get a job out of state or students who are in the military. Very important for a couple of our campuses, colleges. Does that answer that question?
Thank you.
So if I scroll back up to the top. Okay, so our last goal of our strategic plan is increasing learner success. So here we're really looking at getting students in the door, making sure that we're doing the appropriate marketing, have the appropriate programs that are tied to the economy to help students reach their lifelong goals. And then as well, making sure that we have those supports in place, those programs in place to help students as they progress through the pipeline. So those wraparound services, making sure that we are doing things like credit for prior learning to help students through. And here we have two key performance indicators. That first is academic year enrollment. So you heard folks earlier talk about how our tuition has really increased. Well, that's because we have a much higher enrollment than we did before. So we, again, have blown this one out of the water. We have, in our first year, we surpassed our ultimate target in 2026 for this, 25-26 for this metric. So we are projecting this year that we will be between 1,000 and 2,000 students short of where we were pre-pandemic. So this really mirrors what's happening in the national landscape for community and technical colleges. We saw a deep loss of students during the pandemic, and then we've seen a slow recovery as we come back. In Kentucky at KCTCS, we've actually seen growth that's higher than that national average coming back for enrollment. So now, having said that, our enrollment is really coming back mostly because of dual credit. So you heard Dr. Quarles mention earlier that there's an enrollment cliff coming. So that's not just going to impact the students who come into us as credential-seeking students, but also that high school population, which is now 1/3 of our enrollment. So that's something that we have to continue to watch moving forward. The really great thing about our enrollment as we're coming back from the pandemic is our diversity of our students continues to increase. So we continue to see that as we move forward. And then our last metric is the 2-year persistence rate. So not only do we want to make sure we get those enrollment numbers up and have people come in the door, but we want to make sure that they persist. So what we do is we look at the 2-year mark, how are our students doing? Have they earned a credential? Have they transferred? Or are they still enrolled with us? So that's what we're looking at with the 2-year persistence rate. And again, we have met our target, our initial 1-year target on that one, and we've shown growth in that one. So as a summary of all of the performance measures, we have 6. 5 have targets attached to them. Of those 5, 1 target, we surpassed our final year in the first year. That was the academic year enrollment. Second one, the targeted industry sectors, we are going to surpass our final year target this year. So 2 of our 6 measures, we're passing the final year targets halfway through the strategic plan. And then the other 3 measures, the post-KCTCS outcomes, the 2-year persistence, and the employee retention, we are on track to meet those ultimate targets.
I'll add here that we're going to have a more in-depth report in September. One thing that Alicia and her team is that it's very data oriented. To get a seat next to the screen, it's so much to digest, but it's good. I think it also allows us to set metrics, which way we're going, adds into the considering later this year. But this is an extensive report. And you know that other colleges and universities are really starting to look at outcomes. To do that as well. So I'm really appreciative of your hard work.
Thank you. Any questions?
One quick question about that. On one of the previous presentations where we looked at the difference between in-state tuition and out-of-state tuition, are we really tracking that, or much intervention and strategy about being able to expand our services beyond the Commonwealth, capture some of those students that particularly are attached to states?
So we do track. We track whether students are paying in-state or out-of-state tuition. We did not see a big enrollment growth immediately in that population. I haven't looked recently, but I can go back and look at that and get that to Shannon to share.
We think about the clips that we're talking about, we can't just keep cycling the same population of students that we serve all the time. We really have to find to dive into. We haven't, so.
Yes.
It's an area that's interesting.
So we're tracking that, and we're also tracking adult enrollment. So if we have an enrollment cliff of high school students, where we also know that in the state of Kentucky, we have a lot of adults who have less than the ideal amount of education for the jobs that are coming. So we are also tracking our enrollment of adult students.
We have the ability to offer education online. So when you think about distance education and what programs can be offered in those venues, it kind of negates a little bit of the CPE's involvement of saying, well, we don't want out-of-state students taking the physical seats of students inside. Just an in-seat.
Yes.
Low cost because we have this medium by which we can transmit that educational experience at no cost. So,
okay.
If you don't mind, speaking of the enrollment, maybe for us to have a short presentation on that. Talk a lot about it, but if we get some predictions going on. And another thing just to keep in mind, this year, 8 of our colleges will be teaching with jail system. Second chance employment. This last night, Hazard, students getting GEDs at BKO. So making sure that we're being very intentional about traditional learner as well. Of course, untold number of adults Kentucky that started college and never. Good pond to fish out of as well.
Any other questions? Associate Vice President Crouch, thank you very much. Next on our agenda is Board Liaison Shannon Rickett. Present the next agenda item.
Just very quickly, I want to update you on the 2024 Board of Regents meeting. The June 13th and 14th meeting will be held at South Central Kentucky Community and Technical College. We're excited. September 19th and 20th will be held at Henderson Community College. And then December 5th and 6th, 2024, we'll be back here at the system office. For 2025, we do not have all the locations nailed down yet, but the dates will be March 13th and 14th, June 12th and 13th, September 18th and 19th, and December 4th and 5th. So you can hold those on your calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will be meeting at South Central in June and Henderson in September. We will kind of go back to the day and a half board meetings for those, like we talked about. Maybe December 5th and 6th, we'll go back to a one-day event here in Versailles. If that's acceptable to all of you. Has the day gone as expected, or, I mean, I think we see that we can still, handle major topics of discussion and be very inclusive and efficient with it. So I don't want to take anything away from going out to the community colleges and seeing and being able to see the beauty and the attributes that they have. So we're not taking anything away from that, but not saying that it's beautiful here in Versailles or the system office, but I think it's more efficient use of our time. So maybe we just put December 5th for it to be a Thursday meeting. Is that okay? Until you hear otherwise, yeah, that's okay. Okay, the next agenda item is to go into executive session. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So move.
So moved by
We need to brief section pursuant to KRS.
The motion is that the KCTCS Board of Regents move into executive session as allowed by KRS 61.80810, Section 1C, to discuss proposed or pending litigation with KRS 61.810, Section 1F, to discuss individual personnel matters. I have a motion by Regent Finan, a second by who? Second by Regent Whitten.
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Whitten. Yes. Regent Finan, yes. Regent Girdler. Green. Yes. Regent Herding. Yes. Regent Hodges. Yes. Regent Jackson. Yes. Regent Martin. Yes. Regent Rabinowitz. Yes. Regent Stevens.
Okay, thank you. We'll go into executive session.
I got it.
Okay, we're streaming.
Okay, we are going to go back into our open session. So I need a motion to come out of executive session. Got a motion by Regent Whitten, second by Regent Jackson.
Chair Martin,
Yeah, aye.
Chair Hamilton, Secretary Whit, Regent Finan, Regent Erdler, Regent Green, Regent Kerning, Regent Hodges, Regent Jackson, Regent Martin. Yes. Regent Rabinowitz. Yes. And Regent Stevens. Yes. Right, we are back in session.
And there was no action taken during the executive session, so there's nothing to vote on or discuss. So, okay, the next agenda item is for our next meeting. The next meeting of the Board of Regents will be held on June 13th and 14th at Henderson Community College, and more instructions will come later.
Yes.
South Susan.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
I do that.
Hold on, I'm sorry, Southeast, I'm sorry.
That's a typo in my part.
South Central, okay. South Central. Okay, now that we clarified that, I'm sorry. Do we have a motion?
Yes, sir.
Got a motion from Regent Stevens, second by Regent Jackson.
Part of the meeting.
All in favor by consensus?
Motion.
Thank you all, appreciate it.
Oh, my favorite part.
All right.